Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the SEL, the StarCraft Evolution League number 14. I'm of course just VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players and the P1 chats and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to something a little bit different here, especially because I feel like typically we do cast this in the mornings, but here we are in the evening. Here we are with some StarCraft Evolution. This is a mod. This is not regular SC2, just bear that in mind. This is a mod that does blend together Brood War versus is SC2, and it does pit them against each other here in a standard 1v1 format. Here we go. And of course, there's been a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of passion put into this project, into porting over maps, porting over and adding new textures to the game, and also balancing the game as well. So a lot of work, a lot of effort. Much love to Team Kripulu, the team working behind the scenes on this mod. And this is a this is a really exciting week. I mean, it always is with StarCraft Evolution, but let's have a look at the bracket, because there is a very special player that has come out of the woodwork and suddenly signed up and showed up, and there's a lot to get into. Let's go as we search things over to the bracket here. So we're going to be covering from the quarterfinals onwards. Unfortunately, we don't have the replays for the upper match. Oh, I should also emphasize, this is going to be a replay cast. These matches, this tournament happened a couple of days ago. It happened on Saturday, and as you can imagine, what we're doing on Saturday, we were casting. What were we casting? We were casting the global EWC qualifier. So unfortunately, this event did clash with the global qualifier, so we could only pick one. Of course, we did prioritize the global EWC qualifier. We did cast that. It meant that we weren't able to cover this live. Typically, we try to cast this live, but there's only so much we can do. I mean, we can only cast one thing at a time, papi. So we're going to be catching up with this event via replays, and here we go. From the top, we have 3-point versus Geralt. Unfortunately, that is the one match that we don't have the replays of, but that did conclude. 3-point took down Geralt at 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. Scoring down, we have Wayne. We have Wayne versus the STC. The STC is an old school player. He retired back in Heart of the Swarm. He's a Korean Terran player, but he has been dabbling in Protoss in StarCraft Evolution. It's great to see him back again. The STC retired long ago. I want to say he retired back in like 2014-ish era of StarCraft. So it's been over 10 years. It's been over 10 years since we've seen the SCC compete. It's been a very long time, so great to see him here once again. The SCC is also casting, so he's like pulling like a pig, or pulling like maybe sometimes a Dave Testa, where he plays in a tournament, and then if he gets knocked out, he casts from there. Scrolling down, we have the man of the hour. It's summer somewhere. It's not summer here in Australia. It's actually quite cold. It is here, middle of winter, but it's summer somewhere out there, because Taeja has made his return. Oh my god, the hype is real. Taeja, of course, he did retire 5 years ago. I was actually checking, because I recall him competing in GSL recently after his military service, and I thought it was 2019, but it was 2020. So 2020 was his last year of competing. End of 2020, so just under 5 years ago was when, or just under 5 years ago, is when Taeja did retire, and he's back not for StarCraft 2, but for StarCraft Evolution. And I don't know how to rate him. I don't know how to place him. Again, I'm sure there's actually people that might be watching that maybe they got introduced to StarCraft during the COVID era, right? I know there's a lot of people that started embracing StarCraft in 2019 to 2020 when COVID occurred, and they might not even know who Taeja is. They might not have context to the kind of player that Taeja is. Taeja, of course, a legend in StarCraft. He was one of the players that did compete abroad. This is back, of course, in the Cast days, back when there was kind of like a distinction between players that were on Cast teams competing in Korea and other players that did travel abroad instead to compete in WCS and in foreign tournaments in these big international events like IEMs and DreamHacks and Gfinities, and in all these other global tournaments. And that's who Taeja was. Taeja, was one of those players that was traveling and was competing in WCS Americas, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I do recall seeing like Taeja up against like Pig Baby and Bomber, and I want to say Jadong as well. They're all in the WCS America kind of crowd of players. And yeah, he kind of rose to fame. He was, of course, a long-time champion, and he went to the military. He came back from the military again around like 2019, 2020. He returned to compete, but he wasn't anywhere near as successful. Like, definitely, he wasn't able to meet the highs that he did pre-military service. So he competed for a little bit, for like a year or so, and then did retire once again. And now, bam, 5 years later, we see Taeja once again in StarCraft. You're never really gone, never really gone. So I'm looking forward to see how he does perform in this tournament, and where we can place him amongst the skill level of these other players. Likewise, at the very bottom, we have Bratok versus Lunacy as well. I'll say currently looking at this, Bratok is the strongest Terran player in the bracket, but I don't know where to place Taeja. I don't know where to place him. Also, we'll see how he compares to Dice as well. Dice, of course, was the notorious, infamous, unknown player that did sign up under a fresh ID and did let us know that he was an ex-StarCraft player. And he actually looked really terrifying. Like, he looked really strong against Shin. I was very impressed with Dice's TVZ. Was Dice Taeja? I don't think so, just because it feels kind of weird to quote-unquote debut under a new ID, or under like an ID hiding who you are, but then revealing yourself like a week later, by actually signing up and actually competing. So it'd be kind of weird, but you know, maybe related in some way. For now though. For now, we are going to be jumping in. Up first, we're going to be jumping into our ZVP between Wayne and the STC. It is Summer Korea. There you go. There you go. Oh, share my papi, share man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh my god. But here we go. We're jumping into our first series, into our first match, into a ZVP. Game 1 on Troy. Let's go. Let's go, papi. Let's go. My favorite map. One of my. I still have a soft spot in my heart for Blue Storm, of course. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Troy, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Brutal Protoss. It is the STC. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player. The Blue Zerg player himself. It is Wayne. Here we go. And again, Wayne, he's a player that has risen through the ranks of StarCraft Evolution quite quickly. Unlike some of these other players, Wayne, he's a bit of a newer addition to the pro scene in StarCraft Evolution. Wayne and Yang Yakov and a lot of the CIS players, they only really embraced the map, or embraced this game mode, at the start of the year. So it's been a couple of months. It's been a couple of months since they've been competing, as opposed to some of these Koreans that have been competing for a year, if not over a year at this point, and they have caught up quite quickly. And we'll see how he compares. First things first, welcome to Troy. Welcome to a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top right, and top left as well. But there is a bit of an asterisk to that. It is a four-player spawn map, but we had a recent patch which did actually change that a little bit. Now, specifically on 4-player spawn maps, this is not applicable to 3-player spawn maps, but on 4-player spawn maps, now whenever you load into the game, you do get pings notifying you 2 possible spawn locations. Basically, if we're the SEC, for example, for him it was pinged bottom left and bottom right, not pinged at top right. Because of that, basically when you spawn into a 4-player spawn map now, at least in StarCraft Evolution, it eliminates a possibility. It eliminates a possible spawn location, ensuring you that, hey, no one is there. So the SEC, he knew that no one was top right, so he scouted bottom left first, confirmed that Wayne wasn't there, and then scouted bottom right as well. So it does remove a little bit of the RNG, does make it a little bit easier to scout. That's what it's for, basically. So you get faster scouting early on. Because otherwise there are certain times, of course, where your opponent could be cheesing and it takes you, and then you just roll the dice, you scout it at the very end, you scout it late, and then that could be game. That could be game then and there. So again, it is a way to alleviate that, and so far, standard opener. Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Wayne. Likewise, the SEC going for a Stargate opener. Okay, Stargate openers are a rare sight, but they have been having a bit of an uptick in popularity. The reason for this is because there was a recent patch that also buffed the Scout. The Scout, of course, is an air unit that is known for its anti-air attack. It can do quite well when it comes on hunting down overlords and at fighting head-on against air-based units, but its anti-ground attack, fun fact, was even weaker than the Sentry attack, than the Sentry auto attack. So it was really weak, and what that meant was, if you open Stargate and if you're up against an all-in, if there was like a roach all-in basically, or a queen walk, basically like a German taxi, Scouts do nothing. Like, Scouts, they would kill you. Like, they just would not help. So there was a patch that was introduced that does increase the damage of the Scout's anti-ground attack. So now it's a little bit better. It's still relatively weak. For some context, the Scout does 3-shot workers, as opposed to like a Banshee that 2-shots workers, for example, or an Oracle that 2-shots workers, right? So the Scout still does less anti-ground damage, but it's better than it once was. So it has a little bit more utility. It's a little bit safer to open Stargate. It's a little bit safer. Behind this, interesting. So Stargate Opener opening up Scout into what? Into a hidden Forge and Citadel of Adun. This is going to be for charge. Citadel of Adun is almost like the Twilight Council. I say almost because the only upgrade that this allows for is, or the only real important upgrade that we can talk about right now is Zealot Legs, right? Is to get those speed lots up and running. I say speed lots just because they're not charge lots. They don't have charge. They're just, it's faster. So speed lots going to be on the horizon. This also does grant access to the Temple Archives as a text structure. True. Does grant access. Meanwhile, we're rushing into a very fast layer. Oh my god, okay, there's a lot going on. The Scout is revealed, the Scout does go for the dive, and the Scout will focus down the first Overlord. Nice pickup. Overlord does go down. Ideally supply blocking Wayne, hunting for more Overlords. At the same time, though, again, insanely fast layer, and the SSC does Scout. Scout does confirm. Again, this is what, a 4? No, this was like a 350-ish layer timing, so really fast layer here by Wayne. And the question becomes, what's this for? Are we going for a Nidus? Are we rushing to Roach Speed? Are we going for an all-in? Ooh, as a second Overlord does fall. More Scouts on the way. Behind this, the Citadel is done. We should be working towards Zealot Lake soon. And from the side of Wayne, what is this for? There it is. Okay, so it's going to be really fast layer into a Hydra Den. Roach Speed is on the way, so it's very tech heavy. So we're not rushing into a Nidus all-in. We're not rushing into like Overlord Speed and a German Taxi. We are taking up a little bit further. There's so much to talk about. So another thing as well, for those that maybe haven't watched this game mode, this is a ported map from Brood War, and these are, of course, neutral assimilators. And the way this works as well, which might come into play, is that if you destroy these assimilators, they're replaced with permanent rocks. They're replaced with rocks, and if you destroy both these assimilators, bam, this area fully walls off as well. Same here as well. So basically at a bunch of spawn locations, you can fully wall these areas off. And that can be effective defensively and offensively as well. Basically what we've seen as the Scouts, again, remember, 3 Scouts, they one-shot. Or 3, it takes 3 shots to kill a worker, so 3 Scouts, they will one-shot drones. So that is kind of like the magic number you're looking for to harass, is 3 Scouts. So if the Spore does reposition, the Queen likewise as well. Oh! 1 drone does barely knock it away. Is hunted down. Hydras are amassing as we speak. What I was getting at, though, that we have seen in the past is, for example, Terran players going for Doom drops, and a Terran player, they can go for a Doom drop, they can go straight here for in between these bases, they can focus on the gas geysers, and then bam, you're walled off. You're walled out. You're walled out of the base, and then the Terran can just go ham here when it comes to sniping an expansion and getting a mineral line and getting all the tech. So we have seen players use this, you know, to harass and to punish a player, of course, and to break them. Otherwise, against Ducklings, for example, in ZVP from the side of the SEC, if he wanted to, he could intentionally destroy these assimilators, expand, and then he'd be safe against Duckling run-bys, and Hydra run-bys, and Roach run-bys, and just all things Zerg, except for drop play and mutants, for example, which aren't too common. So you can wall this area off just so you have a secure base as well, so it works both ways. Meanwhile, Wayne, he's not droning. If you notice, he's not droning. He's not droning, he's not saturating. He gets up to 43 workers, 2 base all in. 2 base all in here from Wayne. You can see he's undersaturated here at the natural, so basically fake saturation at the 3rd, and he's rallying everything across the map. Hydras and Roaches alike. When it comes to upgrades, we have Hydra speed, we have Roach speed. Let's go. He is going to be rallying. And back at home, the SCC, I mean, he will have Zealot legs. So you can see leg enhancements is about to finish up. Yo, we're waddling out. Let's go. We're power walking. At the same time, there is a DT in the mix. No detection, not currently. Oh, free damage. Not bad. Nicely done. Yeah, DTs are getting a couple swipes in. We have Overlord speed on the way. We have Overseers morphing in as well. This does delay the all-in. Nicely done. DTs, they buy some time. Now is not the time to harass. Like, these Zealots, they're going out to harass. Remember, there's no drones. There's nothing to kill. They're diving on top of the Roaches. At least trying to. Queen is going to go down. And we'll see if the SSC can buy some more time. Yeah, these Zealots are going to be cleaned up. Nice defense by Wayne. Oh, they're speedy boys. Did you get past? Did you actually rush past? They headed towards and to catch some of the production. Hydra's Zergling's going to be going down, but Wayne, he doesn't stop. He does not stop. But what is it to defend? Storm is halfway done. Yeah, Storm is not ready. Storm is barely not ready in time. There's a cannon. There's a shield battery. But last Zealous, they just melt, and Wayne, he's moving in for the kill. Zealous, they are catching quite a lot of reinforcements, actually. Not bad. They're catching individual Roaches, individual Zerglings. They're delaying the reinforcements, but it does not matter. Yeah, the all-in has arrived. The SSC was just not ready for this. Storm is just barely not done in time. Storm done in 12 seconds. And with that, Wayne, he just stutter steps in. He just stutter steps in, breaks the expansion. And Storm could shut this down, but the base falls. Like, the damage has been done. Breaks down the expansion. Storm does connect. Oh, God. Storm does connect. Storm does zone. And again, Storm does hit very different here in Brood War. And I love the animation. It's like, show us all the last. No. Oh, the last back. And nice spread here. Once again, the storm towards the roaches. Nice spread by Wayne. Does avoid splash damage. Star steps in, and Wayne, he will clean up. He will just clean up. He'll rally everything across the map. Yes, he was stifled. He was delayed, but in the end, the all-in hit too hard. And again, the STC going to charge like this is not ideal. The problem with charge, or I should say zealots defensively, is that zealots are one and done. They're not very efficient. They're not as efficient as dragoons, right? They don't build up over time. There's no reavers either. The reason why is because the STC wasn't expecting an all-in. He wasn't ready for this, didn't scout this. Now researching Maelstrom. Maelstrom plus Storm, that could be amazing in the mid game, but yeah, the game is soon to end. For those who are curious, Maelstrom is a spell for the Dark Archon. Dark Archons are a factor in this game. They're not existent in SC2, unfortunately. Going for the Condemnation. But Maelstrom is a stun. It's an AoE stun, so you can like stun the army and then bam, Storm, right? It's almost like a fungal powerbomb combo that you would get, or I should say, yeah, I guess like a fungal powerbomb combo for air units in SC2. But here it's, for everything. The one downside, or the one limitation, and there are a lot of limitations when it comes to certain spells and certain abilities in Brood War, that is that Maelstrom only works on biological units. So you cannot Maelstrom mech, which some of the players found out the hard way. If you remember, we casted, I think it was Dark versus Bjorn a couple of weeks ago, and Dark, he plays random when he's playing Brood War. He doesn't play Zerg. He plays random, and he landed on Protoss, and he was up against Bjorn that was playing mech, and then he came in with a bunch of Dark Archons. He was like, bam, he did the Maelstrom, and it did nothing, and he was like spamming question marks in the chat. He was like, what? So, important to note that, again, only works against biological. But Dark was very confused. I mean, the game is bugged. What's happening? From here, Wayne does break through. A little bit safer. And building scouts will kill you. I mean, again, scouts, there's still struggle when it comes to these all-ins. But on top of that, this came down to scouting, right? As a reminder, even though the scouts were harassing somewhat, the SSC didn't recognize that there was lack of saturation, lack of droning, that an all-in was coming his way. Based on the setup that the SSC had, by no means was he getting ready for an all-in. So this came down to scouting, came down to reactions. As Wayne does collapse in. Again, this is kind of the final army here, the SCC. Bleeds out the High Templar. I love the visual here of the Archon as well. But GG gets called, and Wayne takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Remember, he had fake drones at the third. We spoke about it, but Wayne, he was undersaturated at the natural, so he rallied workers over to make it look like he was droning when really he wasn't, and he committed to that all-in. What I will say, though, is that the SSC did see the early lair, and that was a sign, right? That was a sign that something weird was going on. Something was a little bit off there, and unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to recognize that. I did like his Zealot counterattacks, like for the SSC to peel off some Zealots and to get behind the army and to catch reinforcements and to hit the bases. I think that was a good move. Unfortunately, back at home, he didn't really have much to work with. He had 1 cannon, 1 shield battery, and again, as we were trying to mention, Zealots like that, or speed loss defensively, are not ideal because they're one and done, right? Like, once they engage, they go down, they die. You're not very efficient with that kind of army. They really persist over time and build up over time, like Dragoons would, for example. Likewise, like a Robot follow-up, and like Reavers would as well. But with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, Wayne does claim a lead in the series, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. As we're getting into the next game. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have, oh, let's go, playing his main race. We have the South Korean Terran player. Again, he was once and always will be Terran, of course, but for Brood War, he was playing Protoss. Here he is playing his main race. It is the STC. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg. Ooh, leading the series 1-0. It is Wayne. Go. The STC setting up on the low ground. Bold move here. Bold move by the STC. I'm going for a bit of a special build instead. Setting up here with maybe 2 Rax Reaper or a Rax Factory Expand. Regardless, we'll be rolling up here early on. Meanwhile, ooh, gas pool. Aggressive build, gas pool opening here by Wayne. Wayne is going to be rushing into Zergling speed real fast and real quick and going for a Link Flood. I assume that technically we could be rushing into gases and rushing into a faster lair and going for a lair-based all-in instead by going into Hydras. And I mean, Hydras don't even require lair tech. Sorry, we could use this gas to go for a fast Hydra for a Hydra-based all-in. There is a build in ZVT and StarCraft Evolution where you rush into a fast lair, you rush into Hydrogen, you rush into Lurkers, and you go for a 2-base Lurker all-in. Sue was very fond of that. And I think we've seen 3-point dabble in it a little bit as well. For now, though. Appreciate the new texture, the new assets of the Gas Geyser. Again, it's from my understanding that the goal of Team Gripurlu is to have custom textures and custom assets for every single building and every single unit. To, of course, distinguish them from their StarCraft 2 counterpart. So even the Overlord is different. The Overlord is new. Zergling as well. Yo, we got the bipedal Zerglings. Let's go. They're like raptors. I love it. Beautiful. As, of course, we are, again, rushing into link speed. Remember, we're rushing into link speed. Oh, we're actually staying in gas. We're staying in gas as well. Regardless, hyper-aggressive build here from Wayne is rushing across the map. Meanwhile, back at home, the SSC does fully wall off. It looks like it was a Rax expand into Factory here, but does have a full wall, and he should be safe and sound. These Zerglings, they should not be able to break through. They should not be able to delay the CC. And I was curious, what is all that gas for? Not for Hydras, it is for the fast lair. Okay, so technically this could still be that build that I mentioned, how there is a 2-base Lurker all-in that you can go for, so we could go for the Hydrogen into Lurkers, or this should be 2-base Muta. Bearing in mind that Hydras are not lair-based, so that's why I bring up Lurkers specifically, otherwise we just rush into Aspire and rush into Muta. So very aggressive, very tech-heavy here by Wayne. Alright, so when it comes to the map pool for StarCraft Evolution, again, for those that may be tuning in for the first time, it does feature a mixture of some current modern SE2 ladder maps and, of course, some Brood War ported maps as well. So we had a Brood War map in Game 1, here we have an SE2 map in Game 2, and bam, there it is, 2-base Muta. 2-base Muta out of Wayne, and the SSC would be aware of this if there was any scouting. He went for an SCV scout earlier, but here, remember, he skipped the Reaper. There was no Reaper scout, so he has no idea what's going on. He doesn't care, he's going for a Hellbat all-in. Okay, we're rushing into the armory, rushing into Hellbats. No reactor on the factory, though. So typically when you go for this build, you go for an add-on swap, you reactor add Hellions, so you have up to like 6 to 8 Hellions with this push, and then that makes the armory worth it. But here, there's no add-on swap. There's no add-on swap, so how many Hellions are there? Only 3. Like a very low Hellion count. Meanwhile, we have some Spine Coolers, or sorry, some Sunken Colonies already ready for this. The Colonies are done. Remember, there's no Queens. Like, Queens, they're a very different kind of units in Brood War, so you need those Sunken Colonies to defend. And they're also here because Wayne is being greedy, right? Because he's preserving his resources for mutas. And here we go. Hellbats move in. And again, there's only 3 of them. Zerglings, they try to come in from behind. They collapse on the Marines. Okay, they try to collapse in. The first colony is going to go down. Takes down 1. Takes down 2. And we need more Zerglings. We need more Zerglings here. Yeah, the natural base is evacuated. Wayne, he does pull the hell away. Natural's going to be broken. Zerglings, they catch reinforcements. Not bad. Yeah, they're catching reinforcements. The SSC pushing up the ramp. Mutas are on the way, and can Wayne pull off a defense here? There's still 3, soon to be 4 Hellbats. This is getting quite close. Oh, takes down the Muta. Yeah, takes down the Muta. The boys are being pulled, but the Hellbats, they stand strong. They stand strong. I was concerned that there won't be enough Hellbats, but it looks like there are more than enough. 4 Hellbats. I mean, oh my god, they just roast up the middle line. 22 drone kills. And Mutas, they do nothing. They eventually clean everything up, but oh god, he chases down the drones. 27 drone kills. Yo, it's like Heart of the Swarm. Unironically, hey, that's when the SSC retired. True. Did play in Heart of the Swarm, did retire in Heart of the Swarm, and now we're back. We're back with the Hellbat drops. GG gets called. Wayne, he gets punished for the attempted 2-base Muta, and the SCC ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Wayne cutting a lot of corners and attempting to rush into Muta play. Very greedy play there by Wayne, and was punished for that greed. I was a little bit concerned that there wouldn't be enough firepower, no pun intended, behind the SSC's push, but no, it hit just in time. And again, there were only 2 sunken colonies. I was a little bit concerned by the strength of that push, but at the same time, Wayne didn't scout. He didn't realize it was a Hellbat all-in. I don't blame him because he didn't see the reactor in the factory, so he probably just assumed it was a standard opener, so he thought it was safe. If he was aware of the armory, if he was aware of the all-in, of the timing that was coming, then we would have seen extra sunken colonies. You know, 3rd, 4th, 5th sunken colony. Without them, there is no defense. There is no defense. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. We're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Game 3 is going to be on Sylphid. Here we go. Hellbats on. Yeah, I mean, that was a really good read from the SCC. Like, again, like when you're going into 2-base Muta, you're cutting so many corners to get away with the fast Muta play, of course. And that meant, of course, that Wayne was vulnerable. He was exposed. Again, the one chance he would have had if he saw it coming would be to fully wall up with extra spine crawlers or with extra sunken colonies. But alas, GG, well played. And now we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Sylphid, we have the Brood War Protoss player once again, the Korean Protoss. It is the STC. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player, the SC2 Zerg, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Wayne. Oh, hello. As Wayne is opening up hatch first, but also sending out the drone across the map to scout as quickly as possible. Interesting. You don't often see players prioritize scouting this much, but welcome to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in right side, left side, or top side. So 3 possible spawn locations. Overlord is going towards the top side, drone towards the left-hand side as well. And Wayne will find the expansion. He will find his opponent. And yeah, there we go. Does go for the hatch block. This is really lucky, actually. Like, if the SSC had spawned in towards the top side, then this would have just been a waste for Wayne. But he gambles well, and bam! Hatch block. Pulls it off. Let's go. That was risky. That was a big gamble there from Wayne. It does pay off in the end. With that, he will hatch block. Now remember, there's no intention to let this finish. It's all about dealing economic damage. It's all about delaying the expansion and delaying the economy of the STC. So boys are being pulled as Zelda's forced out. And the STC's base is going to be delayed. At the same time, Wayne, oh sorry, he does probe scout. It does find Wayne. As we're getting stuck on the egg. There we go. On the cocoon. And we're going for a Robo opener. This is more standard. I should emphasize that the Stargate opener into Zealot legs is a little bit more of a niche build that we saw in game 1. Here, Robo opener into a Bay into Reaver drop is much more standard. Much more standard. And the drone scout did not spot the tech, did not see the Robo. So Wayne is in the dark. Wayne, he has played against this before, of course, Robo opener into Reavers, but he has to confirm what exactly is going on. So the Overlord does poke in. The SSC forced to make use of this army. Again, he was forced to make extra gateway units early on. Oh, that's Zelda power walking across. Let's go. They're walking with purpose. Ah, beautiful. As we have the shuttle in the way, we're waiting for the Bay. waiting for the Reaver. Where's the Bay, by the way? As Ducklings do get us around, they will shut down the initial Zealots. And the Bay should have been done by now. Yeah, this is late, so a bit of a shaky build here from the STC. It's a little bit shaky. Delayed Bay. And we'll eventually work towards the Reaver. It looks like the STC was a little bit distracted by his own harass across the map. Building up his Dragoons. With the help of the shuttle, he can shut down the Overlord, but he has to make a choice, right? And he will reveal his hand, will reveal the shuttle. Shuttle is revealed. The Zerglings, they can surround and punish the Dragoon. Oh my god! Does get us around! Yeah, it does pull off the surround. A massive pickup, takes down the Dragoon, saves the Overlord. Oh my god, never mind. Saves the Dragoon. Oh no! Does save it. Does pull away. Behind this here comes the Reaver. Aha. Let's go. And here comes shuttle speed as well. So shuttle speed and Reaver production. Oh, snaps the Overlord. Nicely done. Nice control there from the STC. Shield battery is done. And we'll soon move out. Just gearing up. Now, because the shuttle was revealed, Wayne knows. Like, Wayne, he's fully aware that Reavers are coming. You can see he's on patrol. He's ready for the Reaver drop. Lings are in position. A Hydrogen behind this, going for a Hydro base all-in. Sorry, Hydro base follow-up makes a lot of sense to get that anti-air to zone away the shuttle. But now Wayne, he's been droning, saturating. More so than in game 1. He's actually droning up. Reaver moves in, Lings are in position, and the Reaver is going to be denied. I believe the Reaver can two-shot the Queen. Oh. As takes out all the Zerglings, nicely done. Yeah, Scrap Shot goes off. Reaver headed for the mineral line. And again, I believe, yeah, can two-shot. So can two-shot the Queen. First Queen goes down. Rotates over towards that mineral line, and Wayne, he should pull away here. Yep, does pull away. 2 drone kills. Going for the eggs. Back at home, building up on 2 bases. And Wayne, he does end up droning up to 51. Getting up to 2.5 base economy. Building up his Zing Hydra, ensuring that he is safe, ensuring that he's secure. Meanwhile, the SST does go back home to load up another Reaver. Oh, and we're going into Muta play. Okay, bold move. It's very gas intensive as Wayne does open Hydra, then into Muta. So working towards Mutas. I mean, that would be a secure way to shut down the shuttle. It's a ways away. Shuttle moves in. And, oh, does get one shot off. Going for the Hydras. Nice splits. Very nice last second split there from Wayne. Does pull away. Oh my god. Catching the Hydra. As you can see, like, whenever a unit is targeted by the Reaver, there is an effect. It does show, so you can micro against it. Whereas Lings, they just rush into the... Oh my god, rush into the Reavers. Shuttle takes a lot of hits. Has to get the hell out of here. A very expensive shuttle for the SCC. Has to pull away. And behind this, where's the third? Where is the third base? I mean, Wayne is also checking. He's checking for the third. SCC is stuck on 2 bases. And it looks like... Oh, Dragoon is stuck. No, the Dragoon is trapped. But it looks like a 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in. How many gateways so far? 8. So 2-base, 8-gate all-in out of the SCC. The Reavers did survive. The shuttle is low on HP. But now we're going out with mass Dragoon. Let's go. There's no upgrade. No shot. There's no Dragoon range. He never researched. Not like he never researched the Dragoon upgrade, so yeah, a bit of an awkward all in here. This means they have less range than normal. He's moving out. As he moves out, we have a Ling run by being set up. Likewise, Mutas are in production. They won't help too much against this. But yeah, these Dragoons, they're weaker than they otherwise should be. Lings coming from behind. The door is open. And Lings, they're flooding in. Yeah, they flood into the natural. The hero! As there's no wall, the boys are going down. We're going for the base trade. It's all or nothing. As the natural is broken for both players. Muta's also rallying across the map. And remember, Wayne, he can still escape with some drones, and he does. Yeah, Yeah, he moves out with a couple of workers. Oh no, the shuttle! Oh my god. Reaver shot's going up, but the shuttle is, oh, it should go down. Oh, oh. Oh my god, yeah, barely will fall. Yeah, the Reavers, the shuttle, the everything. And the SSC just doesn't really have much of him to defend. He's down to 1 Dragoon. Down to 0. So 0 Dragoons left. There's the Reaver in the middle line. That's what the mutas are for, true. They dive on the Reaver. And the SSC cannot win this space trade. Like, the problem here is the drones are escaping. Drones are escaping. There's already a ninja base. Already in the hatchery. Depowers everything. Yeah, and I believe there are no workers out on the map. There's Dragoons and only Dragoons out on the map here. Oh no! The probe attempts. He tries to get away. He tries to escape. He gets caught. Oof, yeah, there is no escape. And now there are 0 workers left. 0 probes. With that, Wayne will overwhelm. And we have more bases. We have just more hatcheries. Why not? Just spreading out more expansions. And I mean, the SSC did kill everything eventually, but he also knows the drones escaped. He knows that there are bases somewhere out there. He's racing back home. He has 12 Dragoons. Now with that, he should lose everything here back at home. Dragoons, they race back. Hey, gets a muta. Does get a muta. But he's up against 17 mutas. That's a lot of mutas. Dragoons are walling in. They do waddle in, but they cannot fight this head on. Not like this. Yeah, mutas, they just dive in. They just go for the dive. They can just target this down. Gets 1, 2, 3 Dragoons, 4. Oh god, the glaive shots are brutal. And there's no escaping this. Yeah, we'll focus on every single Dragoon. Down to 2, down to 1, down to 0. GG gets called, and Wayne will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here, Wayne. He will claim the series. He will advance on. Shout out to the SCC. Again, he was able to make a series out of it. But of course, his Protoss is he's still working on it. He's still working on it. Again, the SCC, his main race is Terran, and I've seen his brutal Terran. Like, his brutal Terran is solid. Like, he's definitely a solid player. But it does look like he wants to try to dabble in Protoss, and still has some kinks to iron out, really. Again, it was a little bit brutal to see the attempted 2-base all-in without Dragoon range. I mean, despite that, Wayne, he was built for a base trade because of the faster army with Zerglings and Mutas as well, so we're going to end up in a base trade regardless. Definitely could argue that maybe the SEC would have been in a better position with those upgraded Dragoons, but it still would have been rough. It still would have been a rough place to be in, a rough position for the Protoss. GG. GG, well played. With that, Wayne, he will claim the series, and now we are making our way over to the rest of the quarterfinals. Oh boy, and I do not know what to expect. I just don't know how much time and effort and how well versed Taeja is in Brood War. I don't know. It's StarCraft Evolution. We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Here we go, game 1. Oh my god. What a game to debut on as well. No shot. It's one of our favorite maps. Welcome to Neo Isles of Siren. Let's go. Let's jump in. Let's jump into an island map. Here we go. As we are moving out. And we are setting up and spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Neo Isles of Siren. We have the StarCraft 2 Terran play. Okay, rolling SE2. We have the South Korean Terran. He has been retired for a long time, for 5 years. It's been 5 years since he has competed in anything, but now he is here. Now he is... Oh. Un momento. Hello? Okay, we're back. But here he is. It has been years. Sorry, my keyboard just unplugged and everything just unplugged. We're good. We're good to go. But spawning in the bottom right corner, we do have our South Korean Terran player, the SC2 Terran. He's back after 5 years of retirement. It is Taeja. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neo Eyes of Siren, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Pink Protoss, representing among SC2 people. It is a Prome. Oh boy, and this is gonna be a wild one as well. Oh boy. Could be failing hardware. Oh no, it just unplugged. Just unplugged. But here we go. We are getting to our next game. We're getting into our next series here, and welcome to an island map. And we'll see how well versed Taeja is as he's scouting and looking for his opponent. Interesting. Okay, so first things first, welcome to the Isles of Siren. We do have a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top left, top right, bottom right, and bottom left as well. You can spawn in at either location. On top of that, you have your own island to yourself. And we're going for a 1-base all-in? Oh. Okay. I'll be honest, I haven't seen 1-base all-ins on this map before. I don't know how fond I am of it, I'll be honest. Are we rushing into BC or rushing into Banshee? I mean, I guess Banshee with the add-on solve, that would make the most sense. So, interesting opener here. Going for a Banshee rush, going for a delayed CC. Now, the reason why we don't often see 1-base all-ins is because you have an island to yourself. You know, welcome to the Isles of Siren. We have your main, your natural, you have your 3rd, and you have your 4th base. You have 4 bases all to yourself, and you're cut off by these rivers here, by these rivers that do cut the map into quadrants. There's the center island as well, and yeah, as we mentioned, it is going to be a 1-1-1 into Cloak Banshee, so we're rushing into Cloak Banshee. We'll see how this pans out here. I mean, it's going to be interesting. So we have seen a lot of players succeed, not with rushing into Cloak Banshee, but SC2 Terrans to rush into what? Into 2-1-1s. Where's the strength line? The 2-1-1. A 2-1-1 is 2 Raxes, 1 Starport, 1 Factory, going into a 16 Marine stim timing. I mean, you can drop, right? Like, you don't have to go into Sky Terran or Sky Terran to be effective on this map. You can go for drop play. Like, drop play is very, very much so viable here on Neo Isles of Siren. But instead, rushing into Banshee is something that, I'll be honest, I haven't seen on this map before. I don't know how effective it's going to be. Obviously, one thing, we have Mass Scout, right? We have Triple Stargate. We're going into Mass Skytos here already from the side of Prome. So he will have anti-air, but what won't he have? Detection. You have to jump through a bunch of hoops here to get detection. So this does feel like a very anti-brutal Protoss build. Because without a robo and without an observatory, that is the only way to detect. So this Banshee can pop off. True. Like, there's 0 detection. Like, unlike, oh no! Oh, as the scout does pop out, yeah, we'll shut this down. Cloak is forced to be revealed a little bit early, a little bit prematurely, but again, there's no way to deal with this. In Brood War, for those that are curious, a robo opener to get detection, you don't just need a robo, you need an observatory. Like, there's extra tech structures to get into. Yeah, and there it is. The boys are going to be going down. How many? Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. The robo is still on the way. And again, it does feel like this build is designed to punish specifically Brutal Protoss. Behind this, Magful Accelerators going into mech? Okay, interesting. Shield battery is done. 5 probes, not bad. 5 probes, not bad. And 2 Banshees, they can one-shot workers. But because that Banshee was forced to cloak prematurely, it does also mean that it's about to run out. Yeah, Cloak is about to run out. Despite that, 11 probe kills. Ooh, we're stuck with a move. Yeah, 14 probes going to be going down. 15 probes. And that is critical damage. 15 workers, and yes, the natural base here of Taeja was late. It was a late base. It was a late expansion, but he makes up for it by killing an entire mineral line. Not bad. I'm still not entirely convinced by the mech transition, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Cyclones are going to be used defensively. They're going to be used to defend against the scouts. Speaking of, ooh, they do come across another Banshee. Another Banshee goes down, and we're still making more Banshees. And we're going into Mass Starport. Okay, let's go. Yo, Taeja's been cooking. We'll see how this all does come together here. With Mass Starport, we can go into Mass Viking, of course. I think the hope for Taeja would be to lure the scouts within range of the Cyclones. Remember, the scout's anti-ground attack is not as strong as its anti-air. As he does find his opponent. Gonna be zoned away. Banshee moving back in. Do we have any cannons to defend? The answer is no. Uh-oh. There are some shield batteries, but none in the main. The Banshee does make its way in. As we dive on said scouts, I'm getting one so far. Getting two scouts. Nice pickup. Nice pickups. Mining is denied here in the main. Very nice damage here from Taeja. Gets 3 probes. Gets 4. 4 workers. 0 mining in the main base. Prime stuck on a 1 base economy. And Taeja's getting up to 3. So Taeja's building up his economy, building up his forces. We have carrier production underway here from Prome. But he cannot afford extra carriers. Not like this. Yeah, cannot afford it. Meanwhile, more gas is on the way and is going into as many Vikings as possible, making 4 Vikings at a time. So he's building up his Viking count alongside Cyclones, at least defensively. Fusion cores on the way. Interesting. The plan might, I mean, we already have the tech labs. Are we going into BC? That would make the most sense here. BC's against Skytos, so it's something that you don't see in StarCraft 2, and this actually came up a couple of days ago when we were casting Estrella in his road to EWC, because he had a lot of late game, a lot of Skytos, and a lot of 40-minute games against Terran players, against Gumiho, against Ryung, and against Byan as well, and against Clem. But this has come up. BCs, they are actually really bad against Tempest specifically. Tempest do bonus damage to massive units, and Tempest and Skytos armies in StarCraft 2 can just bully like the BC. But here there is no Tempest, right? Like you don't have to worry about that. There's no Tempest. It's just carrier, and as a result, BCs are a lot more viable. I feel they're a lot more viable, specifically in StarCraft Evolution, more so than in StarCraft 2. So BCs can have a better time here. I would say from the side of Prome, going into mass carrier is not going to be ideal. He would have to go into carrier into probably an Arbiter Tribunal and head into Arbiter production to support his army. Arbiters, of course, they can stasis, they can cloak. So we'll see if we do head into Arbiters or if we head into High Templar. I mean, High Templar wouldn't really help too much here either. But we'll see like how we support this army outside of just purely Skytos. All right, how could I forget? Typically it would be either going carrier Arbiter, or you can even go carrier into Corsair, right? Corsairs, they also have a lot of utility when it comes to their anti-air and their anti-ground capabilities as well. So this is curious, like the Scout has really good anti-air as well, but the Scout is more of like a single target unit. Meanwhile, a Corsair does a lot of splash damage, a lot of AoE. On top of that, Corsair also has the Disruption Web ability, which is ideal against turrets and against Cyclones and against anything on the ground. Think of it like Blinding Cloud in StarCraft 2, right? Go. As we are building up. That is a sizable difference in harass. I mean, that's why we were emphasizing the amount of damage that the Banshees dealt at the start of the game. So even though Taeja had a worse economic start because of his delayed CC, it was worth it because of the Banshee. And as a result, Taeja does have a booming economy, right? Like he has a booming economy, so he can afford this BC transition. Likewise, is expanding here towards another island. Doesn't have to worry about getting a medic to like drop an SCV or anything and just float over. So Taeja looking solid, looking very solid here. You know, loving the skins on the BCs. Let's go. Meanwhile, Corsair production has begun, but again, Prome is one step behind. Like, Prome is still trying to secure his own economy. Taeja's on 4, soon to be on 5 bases. Prome is still only on 3, and a big reason for this is, remember, he lost a mineral line. He lost over 15 probes. Lost 22. Like, that has set Prome back quite a bit. As the observers, they do scout the mass BC, so he's switching from Corsair into Scout. As you mentioned, Corsair is more about splash damage. The Scout is more about specifically anti-air, like single targets. BCs move in. Yamato's not done. Yeah, Yamato's not ready. Force teleport away. He cannot fight head-on, not without Yamato's. My assumption would be that he have to go in with the BCs, pull off a bunch of Yamatos, and teleport the hell away. So more hit and run tactics here from Taeja. Now, the reason why you don't want Corsair against specifically mass BC is because Corsairs would be ideal if this was a mass Viking army. We have seen like mass Viking armies just crumble against like 8 Corsairs. It's crazy just how much damage they do, just because units are so prone to stacking. But because of the model size here of the BC and because their HP, like they don't really take much splash damage. Like they take up so much more room that Corsairs, they tickle and they don't really do much to set BCs. Here we go, Yamato is done. Yamato pops up. And with that mass Yamato, oh, does target down the carries. 1, 2, 3, carries gonna be going down. And he commits. He does commit in. Does work his way through. Oh, has to kite back. We'll lose 2 BCs. Kites back towards those turrets. Yeah, turrets, they pop up. Taeja, he does take the fight here. I say that. He was able to take down, oh, actually did lose 5 BCs in the process. Was able to take down 3 carriers, 3 scouts, and 2 Corsairs. Not the worst trade from him. Not the worst trade. Let's go. And again, he's just going mass scout. He's just going mass scout at this point. Like the carriers, they're more of like a supportive unit. It's all about the scouts. And the hope here is to burst down the BCs. Burst them down. Meanwhile, we have some Vikings in the mix as well. So we're going BC Viking against like Scout Corsair. Because we have a mix of Corsairs also on the way as well. Meanwhile, Taeja does take these ninja bases. He has expanded here to the other islands. Let's go. Oh, Vikings dead already. Yeah, as we mentioned, like we've seen like 200 supply Vikings die to like a handful of Corsairs. Like the like Corsairs, they hard kind of Vikings so hard. Does Yamato teleports away. 1 BC goes down. Oh my god! Again, you can see how much damage those scouts do. They killed 1 BC and got another BC to almost dead. In that BC here, in the amount of time it took to teleport. So the 1 BC barely survived. Scouts moving in. Can they one-shot? Ooh, they can 2-shot. Yeah, they can 2-shot BCs. Gets 1, gets another. Yamato's do punish. Yeah, they do punish. And again, they target out as many BCs as they can. Get another 2. Oh, but he's running out of scouts. Yeah, he's running out of scouts. Yamato's popping up. It's still quite close. Very close. In the end, just 2 BCs remain. Scouts, can they move in? He's running out. Oh my god, barely gets 1 more. He gets 1 more BCs, runs out of scouts. So the carriers are exposed. Yeah, they're on their own. And they can be hunted down. Yeah, barely promo overextended. Losing another carrier. Oop. Does teleport in time. Taeja does teleport away. I feel like this is a misclick. I don't think that was the play. Teleports on the carrier. It wins the fight anyway. Yeah, it does win the fight. Will cost him a BC. Cast Ft Taeja, calm down. Ay, ay, ay. As it settles, that was 9 BCs going down, 17 Vikings for 5 carriers, 22 scouts. Did cost Prom a lot of scouts here. And again, the economy is still lackluster. He's still not even on 4-base saturation. So Promi can't really afford these losses, and it's going to come down to the economy here. On the one hand, they're trading back and forth, but Taeja, I mean, he's mass muling, he's got higher worker counts, he has a stronger economy here to work with, so he can afford these losses. That's what it comes down to at this point. Taeja can replace this. Prome cannot. Prome, you cannot replenish the army in time. Yo, the mule hammer, let's go. Speaking of, yeah, he's even just killing his own SCVs. I don't think it was necessary to kill his own SCVs, but sure, it's fine. Like, we're not maxed out. We still have saturation here, or the base is still empty. Scout does fine top right. Oh, that's so many orbitals. Oh my god. Attempted mass mule. You know, Taeja moving in. Does move in, does clean up a mineral line. Remember, he can always teleport away. And again, we're down to 0 carriers. We're down to 16 scouts. They can nibble away at the army. Gets 1 BC. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. And he gets another BC, down to 2. 2 battlecruisers left. Once again, it's going to be close. It's down to 3 scouts. So yeah, down to barely any scouts. The VCs that teleport away. A brutal trade. That base is going to go down. That's what matters here. We spoke about the economy, and now it's even worse. Wait, where did we teleport? Taeja, calm down. And it has a center expansion as well. Has a center base. Teleports back for mass repair. Jesus, so many mules. It's purely mule. Jesus. All the mules. All the orbitals specifically. Jesus. Does mule up the expansion. Meanwhile, Prome finds another base. Ducklings is mining. And again, he's just stuck on his island. He's just stuck on his island. Cannot get out. I was questioning the 1-1-1 opener here of Taeja early on, but again, specifically against Brutal Protoss, it did excel. Cripple the economy, got into mass BC from there. Yeah, GG. And GG gets called. Prome, he's just starved out, and Taeja will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Very impressive game there from Taeja. Definitely, I was questioning the initial opener, but no, it was more than worth it here, especially just because detection is so limited and takes so long to get up and running here from the side of Protoss. We saw that, of course, Prome had no idea what was coming his way. His economy was crippled, and as we got into the mid-game as well, going into mass BC there was ideal. Eventually, it was scouted, and we saw Prome switch from carrier into mass scout, and he was able to trade 100%. He was able to even win some fights, but he couldn't really sustain those losses. He couldn't really... He at one point did end up stopping worker production, never expanded to another island either, and eventually ran out of money, ran out of steam. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be getting into game number 2, and we'll see how solid Taeja's Brood War Terran is as we head into that second game. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game number 2. We go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the Brood War Terran player. We switch sides. Un momento. We have the Brood War Terran player. We have the Red Terran. Making his return to StarCraft to competitive play, at least in some form, at least in StarCraft Evolution, leading the series 1-0. It is Taeja. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the SE2 Protoss. It is Prome. For among SE2 people. Here we go. As we are getting into game number 2. Okay. Just catching with the chat. Corsair and Taeja are really strong, not versus BC. Yeah, as we were mentioning, as we were trying to explain in that last game, Corsairs, they're amazing when it comes to the anti-air, but they're mainly in regards to splash damage and unit stacking as well. Against something like Mass BC, that's where the Mass Scout was more necessary. That's also why we saw Prome switch into Mass Scout instead. And again, he was holding his own. He was winning fights or even taking some decent trades, but alas, couldn't expand, right? Couldn't expand, couldn't make workers, couldn't maintain his economy. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2. We do see Prome going for the cross scouts. Again, welcome to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player small map. You can spawn in either corner of the map, and we are searching for each other. We are going to be searching. SCV moves out, and Prome, he will find Taeja eventually. We'll find him. And again, Taeja had a very unique build, and I think what I love the most out of what we just saw is even though this is the first time that Taeja is competing in a long time, clearly he's been laddering, right? Like the build that we saw on Neo Azul Siren, like compare this first game that we saw from Taeja on Neo Azul Siren, compare that to Spirit, or compare that to Geralt. Remember when they first played on those maps, they didn't even know it was an island. They had no idea. I still remember when Geralt first played against Spirit on Neo Azul Siren, he tried to like expand, or he tried to scout. His probe got trapped on his island. He was like, wait, what? And he was like, oh, like he didn't even know what was going on. We saw something similar out of Bjorn. True. Remember when Bjorn, when he played on Monty Hall for the first time, he also was really confused because he went for a 3-rack stim timing, and he ran into a wall of minerals, and he was like, wait, what? he was like, he was smudging, but he was smudging. Because they just were unfamiliar with the maps, is what I'm getting at. Meanwhile, Taeja, I mean, clearly has been playing. Clearly has been playing, has been competing. At least that's what we get out of what we saw in game 1. So that bodes well. It's exciting to see. Exciting to see, exciting to hear that he's like interested in StarCraft Evolution and he's enjoying it. Enjoying enough to ladder and enjoying enough to sign up and play. As one base all in. Jesus. Sorry, I was just kind of lost in our monologue there, but there we go. We have 3 gates and a 4th gateway. It's going to be a 1 base, 4 gate blink all in out of Prome. He's going to double down. Meanwhile, Taeja's scattered. He knows. Taeja, he knows what's going on. He throws out a wall of bunkers. We have tanks on the way. We have siege mode on the way. Is this going to be enough? Is this going to be ready in time? Because here come the stalkers. Here comes the all in. Oh, boys, after you pulled that repair. Yeah, repair's a little bit late. Only 1 SCV's repairing. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Taeja. And I believe the bunker should go down. It's going to be close. Yeah, the bunker up. Takes down a stalker. Okay. Barely holds on. Tank on the high ground. Ooh, meanwhile, there's a sentry. What does that mean? Hallucination. What does the hallucination entail? It means high ground vision. Yeah, he's going for the blink into the main. We can see Taeja's trying to get ready for that. We have a bunker on the way. Again, he knows what's coming. He's trying to get ready for it. But is it too late? Because here comes that hallucination. Here comes the blink, and the bunker is not done. Yeah, the bunker's not ready. Tank is exposed. Wait, can we actually blink in? Do we? We can blink here at least. Oh, is there room? Oh, we're about to find out. Ooh, do you see the denial of hallucination? Hallucination is denied. Bunker will complete. Oh, it does blink in. Yeah, it does fit, it does get behind. And again, this main base is just so huge. Yeah, it's so large. Tanks are repositioning. They're moving over. Yeah, Taeja's gonna get caught out. 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. Massive pickups. Yeah, with that, Prome has done it. Prome has done it. Takes down every single tank. 1 tank does not survive. Ay. There's just so much room in the main. Takes down all the Marines. The Wraith is going to be targeted as well. And with that, there's nothing left. There's nothing here. There's just boys. The boys are all that remains. All that remains is all that's left. Stalkers, they reinforce. They blink into the main. Yo, 1 base, 4 gate blink all in. Yo, it's like we're back in Wings of Liberty. It's all old school. As this is not seen in current modern StarCraft 2. Like it's a rare sight. I say that it's seen in PvP. True. Like 1 base 4 gate Blink All In is seen in PvP. Not wrong, but GG gets called, and with that, Prome, he will overwhelm, and Prome ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We have a series, we have a back and forth. Again, Taeja, he was aware of what was vulnerable. He was trying to get ready. He had the bunker on the low ground, bunker on the high ground, tanks were in position as well. He was ready for it, but again, the main base here on Vermeer is just so huge that Stalkers, they can just bypass the bunker, they can bypass the tanks, they can skirt around the edge, head into the mineral line, and end the game. GG. GG, well played. With that, Prome does tie things up, and now we are going to the ace match. Let's go. Game 3 is going to be on Sylphid. Getting into Sylphid. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see who can make it through into the semifinals. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Sylphid, we have the StarCraft 2 Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran, the returning veteran after many years of hiatus, of retirement. He's back. They dragged him out of retirement. It is a Taeja. Let's go. And spawning in the top side of Sylphid, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Prome. And welcome one and all to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. Prome, he is scouting bottom left. He finds that Taeja is nowhere to be found and will rotate over towards the bottom right hand side instead. We'll eventually find him. As Taeja is walling up here at his main. Doesn't go for a CC first, doesn't go for a more economic start, which we have seen a lot of here on Sylphid. A lot of the Terran players, Bjorn and Spirit included, have enjoyed faster CCs. From here, Prome will confirm. As we have a single gas opener, so Rax Expand, economic start here out of Taeja. Going for a faster CC. As Prome is being just as annoying as possible. Will delay. Does delay. Likewise, let's confirm the economic opener as well. Confirms that there's no faster factory, for example. Even delays the CC. Being so annoying with that probe. Oh. As the probe is one shot away from going down. Playing with fire. Oh my god. Can he kill the SCV? Yeah, waiting for the shields. Does zone away. Very nice delay here by Prome, just bullying back Taeja. Oh my god. Nice unit control. Behind this, going into Dragoon range. An upgrade that the SCC never got. Aye. Yes, Dragoon range is on the way. What's it called? There's certain upgrades that I just name what they are. It's like Singularity something, right? We'll find out. Once it shows up on the right. As from here, we're settling into our build. Nothing crazy. Just Rax Expand into factory. The shooty upgrade. There you go. There's some upgrades that are very like matter of fact. Like Zealot legs in Brood War is just called leg enhancements. It's like yeah, sure. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, as we're opening up 2-1-1. Okay, not something that I was expecting. As Reaper moves out. Again, second Rax, third Rax. Oh, 3-1-1. Okay. Going for a 3-1-1 setup. This looks like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Big delay on the starport. Big delay on Medivacs. Prioritization or big prioritization on bio upgrades, on stim. And there it is, Singularity Charge. Yeah, I knew it was Singularity something. Does it matter? No, not really. I'm just curious. Singularity charge. Okay. As Dragoons, they will zone away. Behind this, yep, there's the add-on swap getting into stim, getting into combat shields. And behind this, we should be going for an eBay. Yep, going for the eBay, going for a +1. This is, I mean, Taeja, this is solid. This is a build that we see in SE2. One nice kiting here with the Dragoons. Going for the bunker. And again, he does outrange. Yeah, does outrange the bunker. The bunker is soon to go down. Then outside of this build, no tanks. Yeah, no defensive tanks. None whatsoever. Oh, Cyclone falls, and Prome can just bully. Yeah, he might just win. Unfortunately, like, there's a reason why we see this build in SE2, and it's a rare sight here as we just bully through. We just break through that defensive line. Bunker goes down. Marines go down, and there's nothing here. There's nothing here. There's nothing left. Welcome to StarCraft Evolution. Basically, the biggest downside of this build and this setup here that Taeja has is no tanks, right? Is no tank production here from the side of the Terran. Just purely Marine Marauder, and he just gets bullied by the Dragoons. His defense are falling. Typically, you see this with an earlier tech lab on the factory, and you do actually make tanks alongside this, in SC2, I should say. Is you do still make like 2 safety tanks against Blink Stalkers. And here against Dragoons, like, yeah, we boys are being pulled, Marauders are being focused down. Losing almost every single Marauder. Jesus. Just one survives. And with that, Taeja just has nothing to work with. Like, there's nothing left. GG gets called. And with that Prome, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-1, eliminating Taeja from the StarCraft Evolution League number 14. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played with that Prome. He will claim the series. And again, Taeja, he was able to showcase some really interesting builds. I mean, I'm still thinking about game 1. Like, game 1 was so interesting to me, and again, so really well thought out. Likewise, even in game 2, like, he knew what was happening. He saw what was coming his way. Just the map was working against him in regards to the defense against the 1-base 4-gate Blink all in. Here in game 3, we saw, I would say, just Taeja being greedy. Even when it comes to this version of this build, even in StarCraft 2, you still do typically make some safety tanks alongside it. Typically, not always, to be fair. You can get away with Cyclone straight into Bio as well. True, you can try to get away with that. But yeah, basically, we do see Taeja getting punished for skipping tanks. He did skip tanks intentionally so, and with that, he was just overwhelmed by the Dragoons. GG. And I hope to see more of Taeja, and I feel like we will. Like, again, I think something that I at least gleaned from this series is that even though this is Taeja's first time competing in StarCraft Evolution, he clearly has played StarCraft Evolution, and he does seem well practiced here as well. For those that don't know who Prome is a much more dedicated player to StarCraft Evolution. He's a regular and a multi-time Code A champion. He's a StarCraft Evolution Code A champion. So he was definitely a challenge here, or did pose a threat to Taeja. A really good challenge, I feel, as well, considering the level of Prome and what he entails. Again, like, Prome, he's like a multi-time like Code A champion. Has yet to win one of these StarCraft Evolution Leagues, but is still a strong player in his own right. I think I would place Prome around like top 5 Protoss, maybe top 4. Like, I think I would place Prome below Rebellion. I think I'd place him below Rebellion. Maybe around Lunacy. Like, it's hard to judge. Some of the green Protosses. But regardless, GG will play Prome. He will claim the series, and we have one quarterfinals match left. Let's go. Let us go. We drag someone out of the retirement so they get bullied. Well, I mean, again, like, he seemed like he was seeming solid. Like, Taeja, he looks solid there. Again, Prome is a strong competitor in his own right. So again, congratulations to Prome, does claim the series, and we'll see if Taeja returns for the next StarCraft Evolution League. Let's go. Let us go. So getting into our next matchup, getting into our TVP. We're going to be getting into our next Terran versus Protoss matchup, into Brathok versus Lunacy. Let's go. And coming into this is where I would favor Brathok. Hey, I just mentioned Lunacy. Lunacy, he's also a regular competitor when it comes to StarCraft Evolution and in StarCraft 2 as well. Lunacy, he's a bit of a more aggressive Protoss player. He's a lot more aggressive, a lot more intense, and we'll see if Brathok can survive that intensity. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Terran player. We have the Brood War Terran representing Team Starcom. It is Bratok. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the StarCraft 2 Protoss player. We have the Teal Protoss. Representing among SC2 people, it is Luna C. Here we go. Oh. Here we go. As again, Bratok, I would say, is the best Terran player in this bracket, of course, and definitely amongst the hierarchy of Terrans, like, he's up there as well. Like, Bratok, he's known for his mech. He can play bio as well. I would place Bratok at around top 5. I think I would place him under Kiwian, under Spirit, and under Beyond. Yeah. So I think I'd say top 4, I guess. Yeah. Homeowner who? As Bratok, he has been looking very solid as of late and been devoting a lot of time here to StarCraft Evolution. As I mentioned previously, this year the CIS region has embraced StarCraft Evolution, and a lot of players like MidoVK, Bratok, alongside Wayne, Young Yakov have embraced StarCraft Evolution, and yeah, they've been looking really good, really strong. They've been rising through the ranks in the StarCraft Evolution scene, and quite solid in their own rights. As we have an interesting opener here, Rax into Factory, delayed CC out of Bratok. You have my attention. Okay. He's going for delayed CC. This could be double Factory. This could be a double Factory setup here. As we are banking resources. Okay, CC is going to be on the way. And I'm curious to see if we go for a second Factory into Mass Vulture. We did see mech previously out of Taeja, but that was on the island map. That was something he was playing StarCraft 2. Yeah, I'm feeling a second Factory. And Machine Shop is on the way, working towards Ion Thrusters and Spider Mines. As I mentioned, like, Bratok, he's very fun of mech. He's very fun, very good. Behind this, a Robo opener out of Luna C. Interesting, opening up Robo. Now, a Robo opener is typically considered very safe, it does give you access to early Immortal production, early Immortals, does give you access to potentially Colossus-based opener and Colossus drops and Disruptor drops as well. But I would imagine here mainly Immortals, Prism as well to juggle back, look to expand, take a third base. We'll see how Lunacy makes use of this tech structure. Meanwhile, across the map, yeah, no surprise, second Factory into Spider Mines. We go. Thinking more game 3. Yeah. game 3 was more brutal for sure, just because game 3 between Taeja and Perm was Taeja getting bullied. Gotta respect the Dragoon. Gotta respect it. Dragoons, they can be crazy. As vultures are amassing. And they do fan out. They do slip by. We spoke about the Robo opener going for a Prism first, no Immortal yet. And with this, he can drop right into the main. He can go for Harass. There go more Stalkers warping in. 2 Stalkers to Adepts, making their way towards the main. Let's go. Let's make his way into the main. Meanwhile, Vultures towards the natural. Spider-Man's being thrown down, and Spider-Man's they will force their way in. Ooh, brutal connections, the wall is open. And Vultures, they bust into the middle line. 3 Vultures, they can one-shot. They will one-shot Workers. Meanwhile, no, the warping and Stalkers. Get out of here. Up. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal connections. And with that, Lunacy just forced out of his own main. At the same time, Lunacy getting to the main base of Bratok. Let's go. It does bust in. SCV is also going to be going down. We're causing a bit of chaos here. Wreaking havoc. Ooh, the tank is going to be targeted. The tank barely survives, though. Yeah, mass repair. Mass repair on the tank. Tank does hold. Meanwhile, at the same time, across the map, Vultures, they bust into the main. Bust into the main base. They're going to be targeted down. They get 15, 16 probe kills. Oh, my god. Insane damages dealt. Like what? Meanwhile, we do have the Observer finally does arrive, cleans up the spider mines, does hold, does eventually defend, but we lose an entire mineral line, and Bratok takes a massive worker lead. Bratok up to 35 SCVs, to 35 workers. Again, with vultures, you can kind of brute force your way through a wall with those spider mines. You can force your way in. Ion thrusters on the way. That's, of course, vulture speed. Lunacy taking his third base, and he's going to try to recover. So Lunacy, he's got a long road to recovery here. Has a lot of workers that he has to catch up on. Making 3 probes at a time. The third base will help. At the same time, at Twilight Council here out of Lunacy. I mean, he's now aware, of course, of mech. Jesus. And Bratok, he just does not slow down. Like, momentum is on his side. He's moving out. Lunacy does spot the push. Going for his own counterattack. They do spot each other. Bratok moving in. No Lunacy here to the natural. Oh. Spider-Man is a Jubaro. And one connects. Yeah, one does connect. The other gets started down. And meanwhile, Bratok is right outside the front door. Tanks stay pushing forward. And he will eventually break through. Tanks within range. Prism racing back home. Now targeting down at that wall. Breaks through the gateways. Behind this, there's one gate in the main. Just one gateway. Yeah, one gateway left. Limited warp-ins. He cannot reinforce. Vultures a bust in. And, oh god. Okay, looks like there was a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Yeah, a bit of a pause. Bratok pushing through. 12 probes going to be going down. And there is one immortal to defend, but it's on its own. Just the one immortal. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, jeez, oh my god, there's just a sea of vultures. They just swarm in. If they storm in, they do mine up the ramp. There's no way through. He cannot get in. Yeah, the mines is just so oppressive here. Just zoning Lunacy out of his own main. Blink is not yet done. Oh, detection has arrived. Slowly making his way in. There's a minefield he has to work through. Yeah, the minefield is brutal. 18 more probe kills. Oof. And Lunacy, he has no economy. Meanwhile, rally here towards the third, ensuring that there's no mining left. Vultures are cleaned up. But now there's a second army. And behind this, third CC. Behind this, Bratok is expanding, getting a third CC up and running. Gets into another mineral line. Throws out more spider mines. Here it does pull away. Oh. Does pull away. Lunacy, he will eventually clean this up. Oh my god. As he does say, oh, some more mines to the face. The mines do connect. Vulture into the main. Third base is going to go down. Can force some friendly fire. True, can drop on top of the tanks. But the base still goes down. And GG. GG gets called. Bratok, he will overwhelm, and Bratok, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Does take a lead in the series. Again, unfortunately, Lunacy just didn't have much at home to defend against the first wave. Remember, he was across the map with his own drop, with his own stalkers, instead of being back at home to defend. And with that, he was overwhelmed. He lost so many workers. Yes, there was some counter damage, and he was able to kill some SCVs, but nowhere near as much. Nowhere near as much as those vultures. And with that, Bratok took a massive economic lead and just kept going from there. Did not stop. Did not stop whatsoever. No breaks on Bratok here. And with that, takes a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. That leads us here into game number 2. Game 2 going to be on Vermeer. Let's go. Let us go. And we have a role reversal here. It's now going to be up to Lunacy to rock Brutal Protoss. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the red Terran player. Representing Team Starcom, leading the series 1-0, it is Bratok, the StarCraft 2 Terran. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Brood War Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss from South Korea, representing among SC2 people, it is Luna C. We go. Here we go. As again, welcome once again to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player spawn map, and likewise, because of that, depending on your spawn locations, it can favor a more aggressive play or more defensive play. And here we go, or more greedy play, I should say. And here we go, the probe does move out, and we'll get eyes on Bratok. So a very lucky scout here from Lunacy. He will find Bratok immediately. And meanwhile, CC first. Yeah, CC first out of Bratok. We spoke about this during the Taeja series, if you remember, how Taeja went for a Rax expand, and we brought up how on some of these larger maps it is very common to see CC first, and there it is. So faster command center out of our Terran. Rax is on the way to the high ground. And again, there's no real way to really punish this here. And oh, we have a second Rax on the way. Okay, so CC first into what looks to be the beginning of a 3 Rax. In towards a 3 Rax stim timing. Behind this, Lunacy just going for a gate expand himself. Or gate cyber expand. SV going to be zoned away. And I believe Lunacy never got into the main. Ooh, Lunacy, I mean, there's nothing stopping him, and he does not scout, he does not checking, and we have Mass Raxes here. We're going for a very strong stim timing. It is Mass Rax, Mass Marine. And Lunacy sees nothing. He has no idea. Again, he doesn't know how delayed the gases are. He doesn't know how late the factory is. Lunacy is in the dark. Ooh, and rushing towards a Citadel. Rushing towards Zealot Legs. Okay. Who do we favor here? I mean, Zealot Legs and Fast Charge or Fast Zealots, they can have their place, especially against a more mech-based composition. But we'll see how fast it hits. And we'll see how much bio there is to face off against it. As there's going to be a lot of Marines. All right, we're still looking. I just realized. Yeah, Bratok, he actually doesn't know where Lunacy is, so he's still searching. Does scout diagonally across the map. Meanwhile, tech labs are on the way. Tech lab, reactor, stim. Now, Lunacy may just go into a 2-base all in here. He's known for aggressive builds. So it's very possible that he has no intention of... Oh, actually... rushing into a Templar Archives. I thought it was going to Zealot Legs, and he still might, but he's rushing into Storm. Okay, interesting. Huh. What hits first? Will Storm finish in time for the stim timing? I can't imagine it will. Bearing in mind there's no chrono boost. No shot, he's Lunacy. No, he's crazy. Oh my god. He's so greedy. This is off of how many gates? 1. Off of one gateway, by the way. So 1 gate into a natural, into a 3rd base. Very tech heavy, very greedy here from Lunacy. 2nd gateway's on the way, of course. And he's going to be opening up DT. I mean, I was thinking Storm, but true. Like, Templar Archives does allow you to make High Templar and Dark Templar. So DT based opener into Zealot Legs. No Storm. But the greed is real. And the army is going to be so tiny here compared to Bratok when he moves out. Oh boy. Ay. We already have a safety turret here from Bratok. Likewise, potentially we'll have scans available as well. Bratok is playing blind, so safety turrets. Gateways are now on the way, so now there's a scan. He does see everything. He does see 2 gates, he does see the gateway explosion, he's aware of Zealot Legs, he does see the research on the Citadel. Is aware of the potential of Dark Templar as well. He also sees no research on the Templar Archives. Big scout. And he saw everything. He saw everything he needed to. Stim about to finish. Now, does he hit with Stim or does he wait for a starport? That's the next question. I would want him to hit him now. Like, again, there's almost nothing here. Like, there's 3 Dragoons, there's 2 Zealots. We're researching Maelstrom. That's going to be a big upgrade here for Lunacy. If Blathok is too passive, then Lunacy, he will get away with some spellcasters. He will get away with it. And here we go, we're pushing. Stim is done. Combat Shields is also done. Concussive Shell will finish halfway or as the fight commences. So the upgrade will kick in. +1 about to finish up as well. And here comes Blathok. Here comes our Terran. Yep, shuts down the Zealots. Again, there's no army. Like, there's nothing. There's 3 Dragoons. There's 3 Dragoons and 1 Zealot. There's 1 Dark Templar. Blathok, he should be holding... Yeah, he's holding onto the scan. There it is. Does scan, takes out the DT, and there's nothing. there's just nothing here. And the greed was just far too much for Lunacy. So greedy. Boys are being pulled. Murder's a tank. Oh my god, and so many workers go down. Do we have another scan? Oh, yeah, we do. We do have another scan. DT will barely... Oh, does he get away? He does. Does try to get away, but Anna goes back in. Oh no. Yep, there we go. Do we have another scan? We do. Another scan pops off. Takes down the mineral line. Takes down 21 probes. And even though the army gets cleaned up here, the damage has been done. This was worth it. Lunacy down to 31 workers, barely an economy. A Maelstrom does complete, but no Dark Archons. Doesn't have the money for it. And Blathok, he's chilling. Chilling back at home. Getting ready for wave number 2, this time with Ghosts. Okay. I mean, hey, he saw the DTs. He's aware of the tech. Ghosts are going to be ideal. Back at home, Lunacy, he's trying to gear up with some Dark Templar, some High Templar as well. Remember, he did research Maelstrom. So with the help of Maelstrom, he could take a fight, to be honest. Like, there's definitely a chance here. Yeah, but I thought if he stacks up, then Maelstrom can shut him down. Depending on the connection, of course. Depending on the Dark Archon. There we go. Dark Archon's morphing in. Oh, he's not ready. Yeah, he's barely not. Oh, it's gonna be close. He's moving in. Up. Yeah, there we go. Does shut down the entire army. Very nice Maelstrom. Yeah, with that does target most of the army, but it's gonna run out. Is it enough? It barely is. Yeah, it is. Is enough. Whew. Again, for those who are curious, Maelstrom is a spell on the Dark Archon that is a mass stun. It's an AoE stun. Oh, Lunacy holds. it was clutch. It was a very clutch Maelstrom. Very clutch. Does hold. Does survive. But Liberation has arrived. Does hit the natural. At the same time, drop into the main. Yeah, but I thought they'll slip in. Main army towards the natural as well. Lunacy having a hard time keeping up. And again, he should have a hard time because he was so greedy at the start here. He already lost how many? He already lost 37 probes. Another 16 probe kills. Another mineral line goes down. Here he pulls away. Lunacy trying to catch up. He's dragged out of position, and now the third base is exposed. And this base should go down. And now there are ghosts. Now we have ghosts, now we have EMPs. And now the Dark Archon is not going to be enough. The regular Archon either. Yeah, how often do you see the two together? Oh no, the mines! Yeah, mines just going off. They punch the Archons. Archons go down. And again, drop back into the main as well. This also shows lack of mobility here from the Brutal Protoss. Remember, there's no blink, there's no recall. A recall is just a different kind of spell. No warping mechanic. 35 probes. And a kill on the Nexus. And Lunacy cannot keep up. Again, shouldn't keep up. It all came down to the opener. It all came down to just how greedy Lunacy was. The punish was brutal. Oh, shout out to the Ursidon. Love to see it. As the EMPs reconnect, takes out the Archon. Ooh, brutal mine shots. And mine shots on the Dragoons. And it's going to be the last fight here for Lunacy. His last army, GG, gets called, and Bratok, he will take the series 2-0. He'll advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. GG well played here as Bratok does claim the series, does advance on to the semifinals. And again, Lunacy, I appreciate his play here, some unique builds, but again, he was just so greedy. Lunacy, he did open up, for those that maybe did miss the game, he opened up Gate Expand into a third Nexus off of a Citadel, Forge, and Templar Archives off of one gateway. Like, he was just so greedy, specifically against the 3-rack sim timing of his opponents, which is why when Bratok got across the map, there was nothing to defend. I say nothing, there were like 3 Zealots and 3 Dragoons. Like that was it. There was no shield battery, there was of course no Dark Archon ready either. The first push killed 16 workers, killed the entire mineral line, actually more than 16 workers, and that kind of set the tone then and there. From there, we saw that Lunacy was able to survive. You know, he had that clutch move with the Maelstrom, of course, with his Dark Archon, but he was just like treading water, basically, just keeping his head above water. GG. GG, well played. Eventually, he was overwhelmed, and with that, we have our top 4 of the week of this tournament of the StarCraft Evolution League. Let's go. Let's catch up on the bracket. As from the top we have a ZVZ. 3-point took down Geralt 2-1. Wayne took down the SEC 2-1. Both matches went to the ace match, but 3-point and Wayne did advance on. And we have seen these two face off quite often in these tournaments, and we're going to be seeing them once again in another ZVZ to determine which of the two makes it to the grand finals. Scrolling down, we have Prome. Prome took down Taeja 2-1. I saw someone asking about it earlier. Yes, Taeja, he is back after 5 years of retirement. He has returned specifically to StarCraft Evolution. And he was actually looking pretty good. He was looking pretty good, pretty impressive, pretty well practiced against Prome. In the end, though, he was overwhelmed. In the end, Prome did punish him and bully him on Sylphid, and Prome did advance on to the semis. Meanwhile, Bratok took down Lunacy 2-0, as we just saw. Again, a really impressive foray there from Bratok. Bratok, he's been looking very impressive in this matchup, or in StarCraft Evolution. He's been devoting a lot of time to SE Evo, and with that, he will advance on to face off against Prome in the lower semis. Let's go. So we have our semi-finalists, and with that, we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here before we get into our next series, before we get into the semis. As a reminder as well, there has been a recent change to the format of StarCraft Evolution, StarCraft Evolution League, I should say. Typically, it was best of 3s up until the finals, but as of a month ago, now it is best of 5 semis. So we have 3 best of 5s remaining, best of 5, and then of course then the best of 5 grand finals as well. So even more StarCraft, even more SC Evolution. Let's go. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, 3-point versus Wayne coming at you next. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the StarCraft Evolution League number 14, your bi-weekly dose of StarCraft Evolution content. Here we go. As we've already had an intense broadcast so far here, featuring even some long-time retired players. It was great to see Taeja once again after a very long hiatus, after a very long retirement. It was great to see him again, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the future as well. He was looking very impressive in his series, so we'll be seeing more of Taeja in the coming weeks, I'm sure. Likewise, now we're here in the semis. Let's go. And you've seen this before. Threepoint and Wayne, they become regular, almost rivals, I want to say, in these tournaments. I want to say this is the third or fourth time we've seen them face off in StarCraft Evolution League. So we're seeing them face off once again in another ZVZ. And typically, I mean, they go back and forth. We've seen them go to the ace match time and time again. But I do favor Threepoint coming into this. We'll see if Wayne can get the better of him this time. As we're jumping into game one on Vermeer. Let's go. Let us go. And again, personally, I love mirror matchups in StarCraft Evolution. Again, the races are the same in name only. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, StarCraft Evolution races and, Brutal races and SC2 races are very different from each other, to the point where they're just different races. They're just different races entirely. And we're about to jump in. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Brood War Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is Threepoint. I'll fix up his name. I got you. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the StarCraft 2 Zerg player, the Teal Zerg. Don't you just love teal versus blue? Let's go. We have Wayne. Oh, going pool first. Okay. So pool first opener here out of Wayne. Meanwhile, Threepoint going for a hatch first opener himself. So standard opener here out of our blue Zerg player. Meanwhile, we do have a bit of a more safer opener out of our teal Zerg. Bearing in mind, we're not going for any early gas geysers. It should be just pool into hatchery. And welcome to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, top left, and bottom right as well. Oh, and we'll see how we do open up here. Now, when it comes to ZVZ, as we mentioned, pool, expand. So safe opening here out of Wayne into a delayed gas geyser. Overlords, they come across each other, they're now aware. See, the Overlords are now fully aware of what's going on. They have scouted each other's spawn location. When it comes to ZVZ, it's a very different kind of dynamic. There's a lot to get into here. First things first, no Bailings. No Bailings from the side of Threepoint. So because of that, we often see 2 base openers. 2 base openers are common to wall up on 2 bases, to get a sunken colony up and running here as well. Yep, to wall up with the macro hatchery and to secure yourself initially. And this will deter any kind of Ling Bane. Ling Bane play is going to be deterred here if your opponent is walling up on 2 bases. This is the case in StarCraft 2 as well. So Ling Bane is going to be a non-factor. This gets into the mid-game, into Roach play, or even Muta play. Here, of course, Hydras are a little more common for the side of the Brood War side of things, going into 2-base Hydra, into 2-base Lurker, or we can go into 2-base Muta. So we'll see what kind of 2-base play Threepoint goes from here, whether it's going to be Hydras or Mutas. Until then, Lings, they do poke in. Remember, it was a pool first opener. They will threaten workers here at the natural. We can see at Threepoint, he does not saturate his natural base yet. He's massing up his own Zerglings. Massing up his own Lings. He'll eventually force this out and take over his own natural. We're all inning. Never mind. I assumed it was going to be a safe opener, but Link speed is on the way. We pulls out of gas, 0 drones out of Wayne. He's going for an all-in. He's going for a Link flood. This is a bold move, considering there's going to be a wall here at the natural. Now, it's not going to be a full wall. There is going to be an opening here, and the hope for Wayne is to catch Threepoint with his pants down. They catch him with his pants down, and here we go. Lings are amassing as we speak. Link speed is soon going to kick in. Queens will zone away. Overlord is going to be denied. Does Threepoint? He doesn't see. He doesn't see the mineral line. Now he knows. Now he does see the army. He's aware of what's going on. That's a lot of Zerglings flooding across the map. And with that, Threepoint is going to get caught out. So we'll lose every single Zergling. Back going to be fully walls off. Yeah, we have a full wall. We have a wall of spine cores, wall of sunken colonies on the way. It's going to be 4 colonies in total. Is that going to be enough? The hatchery's already low. The hatchery already almost half HP. Yeah, the colonies, they got a lot of work to do. And now they do zone. Behind this, Wayne drones? Oh my god, no shot. Late droning, but yeah, Wayne, he recognizes, he sees this, he knows he cannot break this, he drones up. Okay, so the all-in has failed. This is a big investment here for Wayne. You could argue he does force a reaction, that is true, but 3-point is up in workers. He's up in workers, he's up in economy, and 3-point going 2-base Muta. Yeah, Spire's on the way for 2-base Muta. We spoke about it. We spoke it was either going to be 2-base Hydra into Lurker or 2-base Muta. We have Muta as the answer here for 3-point, and Wayne is droning. Wayne is expanding. Wayne so far has no idea as to what's going on. And he shouldn't be scared with the Overlord. Like, remember a couple of things here. And this is also why ZVZ is so different in StarCraft Evolution. There's no anti-air. Like, there's no Spore and there's no Queen. So it is very common in ZVZ for your first Overlord to just be on top of the base. Like, there's no reason, right? There's no reason for the Overlord not to just be parked on top of the expansion, and then you can see everything that's going on. But Wayne, he's a little bit too, like, SE2 brained. Like, there's no reason for the Overlord not to be inside, not to be in the main. And because of that, he doesn't see what's going on. He doesn't see the tech. From here, going for a Bane Bust. So Wayne, he droned up a little bit, and now he's going for a secondary all-in. Going for the bust this time. Does have an extra base just for Larva. And here we go. He does pull the trigger. Lings, they flood across the map. Behind this, only 4 Spine Crawlers or 4 Sunken Colonies. Is that going to be enough? Here come the Banelings. Banelings, they crash in. The wall is still solid. Not enough Banelings, and with that, the wall will eventually crumble. Does eventually go down. Now collapsing on top of the Sunken Colonies. Another Baneling connects. Another Baneling trickling in. But again, Wayne, he's running out of steam. Mutas are revealed. There's a secondary wall. Lings, they can't get in. No. Yeah, they barely cannot get in. Ay, ay, ay. Baneling goes off. I believe that's an opening. Oh, no, not quite. Yeah, not quite. And Mutas, they just go to town. They just go to town here. The Evo Chamber is going to fall. True, he gets in. Yeah, Lings, they flood in. They flood into the main. They head for the mineral line. And how many drones can we kill? The workers, they do try to fight. Do drone drill. They drone drill in the main. More Mutas are amassing. And remember, Wayne is completely all in. And he's running out of steam. I say that the wall has been rebuilt. Has it thrown down. GG gets called. The all-in fails. And 3-point will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Luis in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome. Bienvenidos, papi. Bienvenidos. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much for the raid as we are jumping into game number 2 as we are here in the semifinals or semifinales of StarCraft Evolution League. Let's go. Let us go. And again, we had the attempted all-in there out of Wayne. Unfortunately, the wall was just so sturdy. The Baneling Plus was not enough to break down the wall. With that, it took just too long to actually break into the expansion. And eventually, once the Mutas popped out, that was game. That was game then and there. GG, well played. We're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. And we'll see if Wayne can bounce back. They've changed places. God. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Sylphid, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1, leading the series 1-0. It is a 3-point. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. Oh, going for a 13-12. The aggression continues. We have the blue Zerg player, the SC2 Zerg. It is Wayne. Does commit, does double down. 13-12 here. We are rushing to link speed, and this can also lead into a Bane Bust. It should, with the fast gases, into a Baneliness alongside link speed as well. We do see the drone scout towards the bottom left. We do see that 3-point. He is searching for his opponent. He is searching for Wayne. Doesn't find him yet. Eventually he will, and we'll see how he responds. So far, hatch first. Hatch first opener here by 3-point. Does go for a standard opener himself. Overlord is moving in to eventually scout. Drone likewise moving forward as well. Bearing in mind this is a 3-player small map, they do not know where each other are. 3-point is checking. 3-point is scouting. Meanwhile, Wayne is all in. From here, we'll soon research link speed. He pulls out. Okay, so I was curious if he was going to pull out or commit into Banelings. He does pull out, so just a link flood. Just a link flood. No Banelings. Banelings out of Wayne. Lings are scouted. Back at home, we do need a sunken colony. Or I mean, we're still getting ready. But again, now 3-point is aware. He's aware of the lack of expansion. He's aware of the early pool. For all he knows, this could be a 12 pool. True. He is not fully aware of the gases. If it was a 12 pool, that'd be an expansion. Yeah, he's checking. Yeah, 3-point is checking for the expansion. If there's a hatchery, then it's going to be a 12 pool. Because there isn't, it's 13-12. Macro hatchery on the way. Boys are being pulled. Here come the colonies. Ooh, force against a 1. Does cancel 1. The other's on the way. Does lose 2 drones. Nice pickups. Nice pickups here by 3 points. But the colony will soon complete. Does bypass the base. Does go straight into the main. Does head towards the main base instead. But there are plenty of Zerglings here. And 3-point, he will defend the main. Behind this, we're still flooding. We're still massing up more Zerglings. Zergling speed is about to kick in. We do see a full wall here at a 3-point. He does completely wall off. This is nice, but I believe the colony is not within range. Yeah, it's not within range here of the wall. Uh-oh. So the wall is nice and all, but there's just so much damage already. Evo Chamber taking a lot of hits. Wayne comes in from behind. Does go for the chamber. Does get a surround. And the chamber does fall. Lings, they flood in. They can rush past the colony. They rush into the main. They head for the mineral line. And the main base should be forfeit. I say that. I'm gonna fight for it. Never mind. Nice drilling. Oh, that's still gonna be what? 5 drone kills. 5 workers go down. 3 points. He barely has an economy. Losing another drone. And Wayne, he's macroing. He's droning up. He's droning up behind this. He's done enough damage. 7 drone kills. Oof, losing up to 8. Can he get 9? Up. Oh my god. Gets 9. Can he get 10? Nah, sure. But there we go. 9 drone kills. He does not get 10 towards the end. But 3-point is down to 8 workers. He's down to, again, barely an economy here. He did invest into the wall, but again, it wasn't quite worth it. Didn't really come into play. And Wayne is happily droning, and he has a booming economy. He's got 21 workers to the 10 of 3-point. Oof. Yeah, brutal setup. On top of that, 3-point, he has to break through his own building to break out of the natural, to break out into the map. From here, he might just drone and go into muta play, but Wayne, he should be able to tech up even faster and to get into a lair faster as well. Wayne can do whatever he wants. He has crippled 3-point. Yeah, he has crippled. And again, 3-point, he chose not to get a spine crawler in the, or a sunken colony in the main base. He chose to invest into the wall. The wall barely was not able to wall off, or barely not able to defend. Again, the first colony was too far behind. He could not protect his wall. And with that, we're looking to get a series out of this. Technically, 3-point has a chance, but I mean, he has so much to recover. Like this, like the one chance that 3-point has, as he goes for the Overlord. Let's go. We'll snipe it. But the one chance he has here is to drone up and go into, I would say, a lair and go into 2-base muta. It looks like he's investing into gas, but he's going for a link flood initially. Interesting. If Wayne didn't have any Zerglings, then sure, this has potential. Here comes the lair. Again, 2-base muta. Makes the most sense. Ooh, we coming for a full scout. Yeah, Zergling does slip in, gets eyes on the lair. Timing, he knows. And even though 2-base lair makes the most sense from 3-point, like, he's still crippled. Like, it's not it's not gonna be easy, man. So here we go. Zerglings, they move out. They do bypass the first queen. They head into natural, not bad. Yeah, queen out of position. Boys are being pulled. 3-point, getting damage done. Where are the Zerglings? Yeah, no Zerglings. Gets 1, gets 2 queens. Very nice catch. 3-point being as efficient as possible. Now going for the 3rd. Oh, Wayne has been too greedy, joining up to 48. He will save his workers, but again, he's been lacking an army. And he may lose the 3rd. May lose the 3rd base. It's going to be close. And more Zerglings filing in. Wayne, he will hold, he will save the expansion. Wayne, he pulled away in time, didn't lose any workers, and he's going for a roach all in. Remember, he saw the lair. He knows that Aspire is the most logical thing here for 3-point. So the goal is to break 3-point before Mutas. And he should be able to. As long as he does attack. Three-point here secure back at home. Roaches are rallying across the map. Queens as well. Let's go. Queens are waddling in. Waddling across the map. Yeah, GG. He sees the roaches. GG gets called. There's no defending. There's no surviving against that. And Wayne ties up the series. We have a back and forth. Whew. GG. GG well played. We have a series here. We have a back and forth. Again, the initial 13-12 did critical damage. We saw the 3-point. He was able to scatter ahead of time. He was able to prepare ahead of time at his natural, but not in his main. Remember, he chose to wall up his natural base. Unfortunately, he was unable to protect that wall, unable to protect it, unable to defend it. And likewise, his main base was exposed and he got abused for it. So many drones went down, crippling 3-point. And with that, GG. GG well played. We have a back and forth. We're getting into game 3 to determine who takes a lead in the series. Up next, we are loading into Troy. Let's go. Troy is another 4-player spawn map. Has its own unique quirks, of course, with the assimilators, with the pseudo island bases. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Troy. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Brood War Zerg representing Team Hyper 1 being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is a 3-point. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the, oh my god, he's doing the same thing. Going for another 13-12. We have the Teal Zerg player, the SC2 Zerg. It is Wayne. Yo, it's going to be a fast series here as we just see 3-point going for the cross scouts. Does go diagonally all the way across the map. He will find that Wayne is not there, and he is going for his own hatch first opener. So this is almost exactly what we saw last time. Now, what is scary about what's happening here is that we have close spawns. We have close spawns here. The rush distance by ground is shorter than that on Sylphid because specifically we have these vertical spawn locations. So this is going to benefit the aggressing player. It is going to benefit Wayne. Does mean that his build is going to hit even faster than on Sylphid. Meanwhile, the Overlords, they do come across each other. They do scout each other. They are aware. Here it is going to be a hatch first. It's going to be a hatch pull. Delayed gases here from 3-point. So slightly earlier pull this time from our red Zerg player, which will benefit. Does scout, does confirm, no expansion. Not yet. And here he comes. Oh, I love the sound of the... What was that? It wasn't even a finishing building. Morphing and Zerglings. We go Links and move out. Link speed is on the way once again, so it's a 13-12, no Bailings. No Bailings, just a Link flood here from Wayne. Meanwhile, Macro Hatchery gets thrown down, but Lings, they have arrived. Ta-da. And with that, does nibble here on the natural. We can see 3-1, he's going to have to pull the boys. He has to respond to this, he has to defend. Boys are being pulled, 8 Zerglings are on the way. And does he get a surround? Oh, not quite. Yeah, he cannot surround this. Drones, they take a lot of hits, a lot of damage. 3-point does bypass, heads into the main base. Spine Claw is on the way. Sunken, God, I keep saying that. Sunken Colony. Oh no, it gets surrounded. Forge to be cancelled. Kills one drone. One drone so far. Oh no! Meanwhile, the boys are pulled, and Wayne is going to be cleaned up. Yeah, he should lose this army. From here, going to be forced out. Link speed does kick in. More Links flooding forward. This time, there is no colony. Yeah, no colony at the natural. Comes in with a surround. Oh, has to respect those drones, though. Yeah, pulls away. Respects his drones, heads into the main, and he's done it. He's done it. Drones, oh, never mind. Oh my god, respect the drones. They fight, they defend. Jesus. Yeah, drones, they hold their own. bleeding out one more worker, and another, and barely not another here, but 7 drone kills so far. 7 drones have fallen. But threepoint, he's been droning up this entire time. Like, threepoint, he has a solid economy. He defends. 8 drone kills, that's not good enough. It's not good enough here for Wayne. Wayne, he has to keep flooding. And he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of Zerglings. Oh, Wayne, it looks like he almost maybe missed an inject here as well. As he's trying to flood. Takes down one of the drones. Does it into the natural. Still no colony, by the way. This is so greedy from threepoint. He's going to get surrounded. Yeah, he gets surrounded. He's been droning up maybe a little bit too much. He's been making nothing but drones. Oh, no. And with that, he's going to lose almost everything here. 12 more drones go down. So greedy. He had so much time to build a spine crawler. GG gets called. He had so much time to build a sunken colony even. But threepoint, he was overconfident. And Wayne will take a 2-1 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, threepoint, he had an impressive defense. Like, I was shocked to see how well he was holding, how well the drones were fighting against the Zerglings, how well he was able to hold on to his natural. He was defending well, but maybe too well, in the sense that because he was shutting down the Ling Flood so hard, he was being greedy. He was cutting corners. He chose not to get a colony at the natural. He chose to keep droning. That's the other thing. He kept droning. He was not making any more Zerglings. There were only 4 Zerglings at the end of that game to defend because he was just droning up as much as possible. And eventually he was overwhelmed. It looked like he assumed that he had defended well enough that Wayne is going to back off. The Wayne is going to back off and drone, but Wayne, he just doubles down. he just made more Zergling, baby. Believe it or not, more Zergling. And eventually he broke through. And again, threepoint was just overconfident, too greedy. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 4. And we'll see if Wayne can close it out. We'll see if threepoint can force the ace match. As we are loading into the largest map in the SC2 map pool, we're loading into Maganatha. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. Falling a little bit behind here. We'll see if he can bring it back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is a 3-point. And he's doing it again because spawning in the top left hand corner. God damn it. 13-12, same build, 3 games in a row. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the SC2 Zerg. Yeah, just non-stop 13-12s. It is Wayne. Same build, 3 games in a row. We are going for the earlier gases. We're going to be prioritizing gas income into Ling speed, into a Ling flood across the map. Now, what I will say, welcome to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the SC2 ladder map pool. Longest rushes by ground. Oh my god, gas first. Gas pool opener here at a 3-1. He's had enough. He's had it up to here with the aggression of Wayne. So 13-12 out of Wayne. Meanwhile, this is gas pool. I believe this is 16-16 or 17-16 out of 3-point. This is, I would say, a safer build from our red Zerg player, and he should be able to shut down the aggression of Wayne. Now, whether or not Wayne decides to drone, yet to be determined. Does he drone, or does he just commit after he realized what's been happening? So late hatchery out of 3-point. Late hatchery, early gas, early Ling speed, early Ling production, and early sunken colony as well. Also going to be available. So this aggression from Wayne is going to be less effective. Because of that, we'll see if he does end up droning up behind this. For now, flooding Lings. Flooding Zerglings across the map. We'll see if he can out-control 3-point. There's still potential. True. As you can see here, Zergling speed is already on the way for 3-point. Drone moves out for the macro hatchery. Wayne does scout. He does confirm. He does get eyes on the timing. He knows, yeah, there's already Zerglings. There's already Lings here. You can see already a defense. And Wayne has to make a choice. Tries to engage. Decent control. So far, trading 1-to-1. A 1-to-1 trade. There's a base for Wayne. Nibbling away at the macro hatchery. Does get a bit of concave, but oh god, there's the defender's advantage here for 3 points. More Zerglings will reinforce faster. Link speed about to kick in for Wayne. A little bit faster than his opponent. True. 2 more seconds. 2, 1. It does kick in. Get forced to engage. And he will eventually overwhelm this army. 3-point does back up. More Zerglings on the horizon. Does get surrounded. Nice catch. Again, Zergling speed was like 5 seconds too or later here for 3-point. Was a little bit later. More macro hatcheries. But he should hold. Like, he shouldn't lose any drones. He shouldn't lose any workers here. Wayne does pull out. He races back home. And Wayne, does he drone? Or does he try to go for like a hidden link flood? 2-base layer. 2-base meter. So do see 3-point going into meter play, going to Aspire. Wayne is on a timer. And Wayne, he's hiding his Zerglings. Oh, the queen gets around. Oh my god, gets surrounded. Almost. Whew. Does survive. Yeah, Wayne is going to try to catch him out. Behind this, we're just massing up Zerglings. Like there's no finesse here. It's just Zergling versus Zergling, baby. Let's go, let's go. And again, 3-1, he has a defensive advantage. 3-point, he has a better economy. He has more larva as well. Yeah, 3-point is all over this, and I don't see a world where Wayne can do anything really. The only chance that Wayne has is the 3-point drones, but that's not really happening. Not too much. Oof. Nice round here by Wayne, fighting with the queens. Yeah, queens add a lot of DPS. Queens do support. Better fight for Wayne. Again, engaging with his queens and getting the surround. So he has been taking better fights. Behind this, Coney is almost on the way. Oh gosh. Yeah, Wayne, he cannot break through that. Likewise is being shot down. And this should lead into the ace match. Like, there's no shot. There's no shot Wayne can pull this off. Here comes the Spire. Another Queens. Yeah, Queens get surrounded. Oh, they do tank some shots though. They had a little bit of DPS. Again, given a little bit more time, mutas will be coming into play. And Wayne, he has not droned this entire game. He only got up to 14 workers. And then he made the hatchery. So he's been at 13 drones for quite some time. And we're just waiting for the mutas. Once the mutas reveal themselves, like, it's just going to be GG. It's just going to... I say that. Decent surround setup here from Wayne. Okay. Yeah, does surround. Much better engagement. Esther Wayne. But he cannot break through. That's the problem here. He just cannot break through this wall. He cannot punish the economy. Economy that is good enough. And there it is. Spire is done. We have 2 gases. It's not many mutas, but it's enough. It's enough to gain map control. 3 mutas on the way. Oh. Never pull back in the gas, so never had potential for mutas. Sorry, for Banelings. You can argue that maybe like a Baneling support could have actually worked wonders here. Could make that argument. But here we go, mutas. They move out. Making their way across. Oh, they just ignore the Zerglings. And yeah, mutas are revealed. Wayne, he should not be able to break through this. I say that is a lot of Zerglings. Okay, he's gonna get himself with a hatchery. Hatchery's gonna go down. 3-point, he can't really engage. Ooh. Does what in. Does break through the wall. Takes down all the Zerglings. You just get across the map. Queens, they will defend. No shot. Wait, can he do this? No shot. The mutas, we need them at home to defend, by the way. Drones, they're all going, no shot, they're all going down. The meters, there's 3. Save the drones. Yo, Wayne, he kills 11. Kills 11 workers, and again, the meters across the map were on A move. The queens, I believe they held their own. And that's enough damage. Wayne, he takes a worker lead. Okay. It was greedy of 3-point to move out with the mutas, as in to ignore the army and to just go across the map instead. Because of the queens, like the mutas, they never had a chance. It was only 3 mutas. It was only 3 mutas. So that was a greedy move out of 3 points. I don't think he thought it through. I don't think he respected the queens enough. And now suddenly, Wayne, he's in this game. He shouldn't be. he should not be in there, but he is. Let's go. Okay. Here we go. I mean, this is the SE2 model of the Evo chamber. As Wayne is moving in. Wayne is moving in. Oh. Here, gotta be zoned away. I mean, the muted count is still building up. Like, this is still a big tech lead here for 3 points. He's only down to 13 drones, so the economy here is lackluster, but the mutas might prove too much. In total, there are 6. Okay, 6 mutas against 4 queens, but there are spore crawlers, so Wayne, he should be able to hold on here. Yeah, the boys are pulled. Like, this is getting a little bit chaotic. So who do we favor here? On the one hand, now we can drone. Right now, 3-point can drone. He can drone up, he can saturate. He has map control. True, he has map control. He's containing Wayne on 2 bases, so technically 3-point should be able to fully drone, saturate his natural, saturate his main, and take a 3rd. But by the time he does, because he's so far behind worker-wise, because it will take a long time for that to happen, by the time that happens, Wayne, he should be able to get into either Hydras or his own mutas or his own Spire. Should be Hydras, that would make the most sense. Going into Ling Bane Hydra from the side of Wayne. Just because there'll be no Banelings from his opponents. He could technically go Queen Infestor and go for like Queen Fungal Growth. Like that's, I guess, if you wanted to. 3rd base is on the way, it's a little bit greedy. Mutas are moving out. Mutas are slowly building up over time. See Wayne getting in position. You can see him slowly working forward here with the spores. As they rotate into the main. There are 2 spores in position. Queens are keeping up. 3rd base being taken. And we're still waiting for the lair. Like that's my big concern here is lack of lair and lack of Hydras. Like if the muta count gets too high, he can dive. I say that he still only has 8, soon to be 10 mutas. Like his economy was so crippled for 3-point. Does spot the expansion. We'll get a couple of shots off. Queens, they're holding their own. We have more queens on the way. Sending back Wayne. Don't send him back. Blackware's lair finally begins. it's a late lair, but it's on the way. He's getting there. 3-point does take a worker lead. Ooh, this should not have happened. But he does out-drone his opponent. That is on Wayne. Like Wayne, he cut workers. He's been making Zerglings. Wayne's economy is a little bit lackluster here. He has not been droning. He's fling flooding. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, he's setting it for a massive Link Flood instead. I mean, again, these Link Floods are more viable because there's no Banelings defensively back at home, because it's Brutal Zerg. So let's go for a massive Link Flood. This has to get damage done, otherwise Wayne falls behind. He has to get damage. He's going for the expansion, going for the Lings, going for both. Oh, Mewtwo's add a lot of DPS though. Down goes the expansion. And Wayne has to get the hell out of here, has to pull out. 3-point though, he's still on a solid, he's still on a better economy than his opponent. And Wayne's lack of drones, it's killing him. Wayne, he had potential. He was ahead like 3 minutes ago. Not anymore. Like, still here, very undersaturated in the main. Just so few workers. Still on just 1.5 bases. Yeah, and this Mewtwo cloud has gotten out of hand. We spoke about it, like it's now at what point? That's 21 Mewtwo's. 3-point is secure. He has Mewtwo's to defend and Mewtwo's to attack as well. Now, the only chance that Wayne has here, like the one big Hail Mary play, is Infestors, right? He's going into Infestors, going into Fungals. Still no hydrogen, still no gases, like still just a very low economy as well. 40 drones. Like, the economy is just so lackluster here for Wayne. Does want to waste the Fungal. Does not want to waste it. 3-point, he rotates. Fungal grazes the army. We do get a chain Fungal here, but not good enough. Yeah, that does feel like a bit of a waste. He does get 2 Mewtwo's. Like, the problem with these Fungals that we just saw, 3 Fungals, they connected, but because of the dead space here, the Queens did no damage. They did no damage, Mewtwo's they get away, and they can just regenerate. They can just regenerate HP. So, yeah, I would say wasted Fungals there from Wayne. Takes a long time to regenerate that energy. Takes a very long time. Yeah, they're not ready. Then, oh no, there's only one Fungal. There's only one Fungal. Clutch Transfuse. Like, this is where we need the Fungals, and there's only one. So Wayne is in trouble. He needs to buy more time. He needs to buy more time here. Still barely droning. Like, Wayne, he just does not want to drone. What's happening? He's still only on 2 gases, like just a very low gas count, and that means he has no pushing power. Like, he has no way to be active on the map. And 3-point is taking up into a hive. Queen's Nest is done. From here we can go into Guardians, right? Like, Guardians would be the checkmate move. To get the Queen's Nest, Greater Spire, and then Mass Guardian. And Wayne has nothing. Wayne has Link, Queen, and Fester, which is designed to catch an army on creep. But 3-point's just chilling. I say that is threatening to dive on creep. Has to calm down. Massive Link flood here towards the south side. Okay, can Wayne get an expansion? Can he get the expansion here? Can he get the mineral line? Does surround the colonies. Brings them both down. He's got plus on melee. He has okay upgrades. Going for the expansion. Does get it. Does get the base. Doesn't get the mineral line. And this is a backup base anyway. Like, it's fine. Kills a hatchery. Does spend so much lava, so many Zerglings to pull that off. I'm afraid to look. 87. Oof. 87 Zerglings just went down. And now we come in for this round. No, the Infestors! They land a couple of Fungals on Brutal Surround. Yeah, Fungals are wasted. Mewtwo's coming in, and there's not enough anti-air. Like, the Fungal, he lands one. Mewtwo's take it away. Oh, okay, Lings, they do get into the bases. They peel off into the natural. Now into the main. Greater Spire is done. We're gonna see Guardians. We're gonna see the Brood War equivalent of a Brood Lord. Let's go. Okay, again, the Guardian's gonna be the checkmate move here. for 3 points. Cleans up all the Zerglings. He will lose the expansion. He will bleed off a couple of drones. But Wayne, he just has barely droned this entire game. He's got 40 workers. Like, he has nothing. He has no economy. He's broke. Show us the Guardians, papi. Gibbs. I'm gambling. It's going to be this flock that turns into the Guardians, right? And not the other one. It's got to be this one. Zerglings not affected. Huh, there it is. Let's go. Ah, we knew. So you have 10 Guardians on the way. The space crabs are coming. Ah. And we have Queen Infestor for anti-air and Spores. True. How many Infestors? We have 5. 5 Infestors, 7 Queens. The Guardians are coming. And again, there is no answer. 3 point, he just has a greater economy, has a greater tech, the greater setup. Wayne had potential in this game, but he chose not to drone. Chose never to drone, and here we go. The Guardians are revealed. They move in. Sure, we have a fungal, and we do catch 1 Guardian. Oh, catch 2. But they just kite back. They just use this terrain here to bully the Queens. Queen goes down. We have 5 more Guardians on the way towards the south side. I think just keep pushing in. Oh god. Yeah, they target down the Infestors as well. 1, 2, 3 Infestors going to be going down. Brutal losses. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal damage at the same time. Zerglings, they flood into another expansion. More Guardians have arrived. GG gets called, and 3 points. He will type the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We are going to game 5. Let's go. Let us go. As always, we're going the distance. I know what it is between 3 point and Wayne, but we are going the distance here. As always, already game 5. Game 5 going to be on Pylon. Let's go. Maybe Defilers with Plague would work. If you're referring to Wayne, remember Wayne was playing SE2 Zerg, so he cannot make Defilers. So, as not available to SE2 Zerg players, all he had to do was drone. All he had to do was drone, then he can go into Hydra, Lingbane Hydra, into Infestors, then into Vipers. But he just chose not to drone. He just chose not to make workers. And he just got outscaled over time. And with that, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into the ace match here, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg. The SE2 Zerg. Oh, interesting. As he gets forced to play SE2, it is a 3 points for Team Hyper 1. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brutal Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg going for the 12 pool. It is Wayne. Here we go. But again, in the last game, Wayne had potential, but again, he chose, instead of droning, he was making lings. Instead of droning, he was just making wave after wave of ling. I'm talking about the mid game, where he was going for these big counterattacks at the 3rd base to kill the 3rd, and it was never worth it. It was never worth it. He never killed drones. He never dealt enough economic damage. He chose just not to saturate and not to take his gases. Remember, he was only on 2 gases that entire game. Only on 2 gases, so he never had the gas to try to get into Hydras or into any other form of tech. Did make that choice. Hello. Yo, we're going for the colony rush. Okay, so 12 full colony rush here out of Wayne. Meanwhile, we do have a late expansion. This is going to be a gas pool opener out of 3 point. So 3 point, he's going for a very, I would say, safe build. Wayne is going for a 12 pool, a very aggressive build with a colony rush. But remember, late hatchery, late expansion, faster Zerglings. 3 point, he's pretty well set up for this. Yeah, oof, drones. Ideally, they wanted to throw down the colonies here on the low ground, but the hatchery is late, so no creep. No creep. Lings are revealed, and Wayne is going to be shut down. He's being shut down here. He's being forced back. He can nibble away here at the expansion. Boys are being pulled. 3 point, he should have enough here to hold on. Does pull extra boys. Yeah, the boys are zoning away. Just trying to buy time. Queen is almost out. Queen is on the horizon. Ooh, I say that. Lings, they do almost overwhelm. They get a couple of drones. 2 drones go down. Not a bad fight there for Wayne. And he has 1 drone surviving for the 1 colony. He's got the 1 colony. Ideally, it was meant to be 2, but he's got 1. Oh, does get a couple of drones. 3 drones go down. Colony's on the way. Again, this is the Brood War equivalent of a Spine Rush. And can it finish? It's going to be close. Looks like it will. Yeah, the colony is going to complete, but Zerglings are shut down. And with that, 3-point holds. 3-point, he will hold on. Boys are being pulled. Colony goes down. 3-point still has the drone advantage, and 3-point, he has the economic lead. He's got 2 bases. He's got 13 drones back at home. Wayne, he has nothing. He has 10 workers to his name. He's making more Zerglings. Remember, Wayne, he's adverse to droning, so he's just going to go all in from here. Meanwhile, 3-point is going into a defensive Baneling nest, which is ideal. Banelings will be ideal against a Ling Flood. And now Wayne starts droning. He's down to 9 drones. Soon to be... oh my god. Out to 10. 10 workers here for Wayne. He has a lot of droning to do. And I'm hoping he does drone. I hope he does. So from here, Wayne, he can just start to saturate. This Baneling nest, I'm curious to see if 3-point goes and turns this into an all-in. He doesn't have to. Like, he can just use this defensively and just drone. So it's up to 3-point. We'll see if he commits. I still love this Zergling model, by the way. Let's go. Say good. I don't know what it is, but these Zerglings just look more threatening. The Brood War Zergling. Behind this, we're gonna be saturating, we're gonna be joining. So it's 3-point. So 3-point is not going for a Bane bust, is not going for the all-in. We're just calming down from here. Now, based on our tendencies so far in this series, it would make sense for 3-point to go into 2-base mute again. To go, oh, actually, my apologies. I just assumed that 3-point was Brood War. He's not. I mean, I guess can still go into 2-base muter. Meanwhile, I spoke about this, if you recall, on the game. I think it was on I think it was on Vermeer or in Sylphid. But again, because there's no anti-air here for Brood War Zerg, you can just park the Overlord over the base. So you can just see everything. You'll see everything. You can know everything. Zerglings, they try to poke in. Oh no! Oh my god, brutal connections. Banelings, they shut down the aggression. They shut down the Zergling. Does get a queen though. Does get a queen at least. So Wayne to get some value. Still cleaned up. Here comes the lair again. We're leaning towards 2-base muter here from 3-point. And Wayne, he is now getting his own lair as well. Now, do we go into Spire versus Spire? That'll be an interesting dynamic. A dynamic that I do favor the Brood War Zerg player if Wayne had the economy. Like that's the big problem here, is that the drone count is still very low for Wayne. It's a very low drone count. So it's going to take him longer to get into muters. I mean, his lair is late as a result. Now, when it comes to Spire versus Spire, if we head in that direction, Scourge is a big factor. Scourge is a big factor, and I would give the edge here to Brood War Zerg in muter versus muter. So that's why we see no muters, Hydrogen instead. Good call. And remember, we spoke about this when it comes in regards to Wayne last game. We were like, Wayne, if he could just drone and get into Hydras, he'd be okay. He could take a lead. He could take map control. He never did. Meanwhile, 3-point is just droning, getting up to 2-base Hydras, which would be ideal against muters. So 3-point just taking up, getting further ahead. Jesus, oh god, Wayne, he's killing himself here. Now, because Wayne is throwing down so many spine crawlers, so many sunken colonies, that's why his economy is so low. That's why he's having such a hard time droning and taking gases. He's throwing down even more. Jesus. And this is slowing him down. This means it's going to be less muters. And 3-point can freely just saturate, can freely just drone up. Basically, Wayne is getting ready for an all-in that isn't coming. Like, there is no all-in. How many colonies? 10. Soon to be 12. 12 colonies. Jesus, crazy. There we go. It does finally cancel, thankfully. Aye, aye, aye. And again, because there are so many colonies, nice round. Nice round. Very nice. Catching out 3 point. But because there are so many colonies, late gases, late drones, late saturation, late mutas, as a result, just late everything. Zerglings, they break out. We can see 3 point, he abandons his third. Lings, they will get us around. Ah, no defensive Bailings. Yeah, no Bailings to defend. 3 point, a little bit too greedy. We'll lose the expansion. Nice Week of Fight Wayne. Very nice. 3 point is still in a better position. Ooh, as bit of miscontrol. Throws away a Bailing. So I'll throw a Bailing away. And behind this, we're slowly getting into muta production. We have how many? We have 3, soon to be... Oh, sorry. Yeah, 3, soon to be 6. 6 mutas here for Wayne. Now going to be 7. And 3 point should just be able to freely drone, freely expand, freely saturate, build up to either Hydra Viper or Hydra Infestor, into lurkers as well. Much more spiky. They are more spiky. They are. They're thick, kind of. I mean, like they're big boys. The bipedal Zerglings. Again, as opposed to the Broodor ones, like I guess did they devolve or evolve? But Brutal Zerglings are on all fours. They're like on the ground. They're like dogs. Like doggos. They're hunched over and on the ground. They got that Carbot Zergling in them. Well, these guys, like massive raptors, crazy. Or emus, if you will. As 3 point does attempt some Ling harass. Gonna be forced back. Gonna be zoned away. Brutal Zerglings also run on 4, they just stand on 2. No, like they're... Oh my god. They run on 2. Brutal Zerglings, they run on 2 legs. They just have their arms in the air. Like they just don't care. Like the ones that won the Emu War. Exactly. You understand. They're terrifying. And here come the Hydras. We don't even need any tech. Like there's no Infestors, there's no Spellcasters, no Vipers. Again, like 3 point just has had the greater economy for most of this game, and now he's just walking across the map. Now he's walking in, and sure, there's a wall of Spine Claws, but it doesn't matter. We just step in. We break the natural. Mutas are across the map. Hey, they're killing some drones, that's true, but the main army here is unstoppable. The Hydras that are trying to amass. The last 3 point, he breaks into the main. Boys are being pulled, getting desperate. The Hydras, they go down. We have attempted lurker tech, and lurkers, they can try to hold on with lurkers, true. Here we go, morphing in 4 lurkers. The lunkers are coming. The lunkers. We are pushing in. Oh, likewise, we have detection, though. Yeah, we have detection. We're perfectly fine. And there it is. GG gets called. With that, 3 points will claim the series 3-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Wayne, he did have a decent start here. I say decent start. It was a very intense back and forth in the early game. Wayne had potential to turn it into 2-base meter, but as we saw, he overreacted. I say overreacted. He didn't even see what was happening. He was just blindly getting ready a wall of spine crawlers, a wall of sunken colonies when he didn't need it. And that was slowing everything down, slowing down his gases, slowing down his droning, slowing down his economy. And even though he eventually got into 2-base muta, it was so delayed, it was so late, he barely had immunes to work with. Again, he was hurting himself by investing so heavily into that wall of spine crawlers. When 3-point wasn't going for an all-in, he wasn't being aggressive at all. 3-point was just droning, just chilling, getting into Hydras. GG. GG, well played. With that 3-point, he will claim the series. He'll advance on into the grand finals. And with that, we are going to be finding out who will face off against him in those finals. Up next, we have a TVP. Up next, Up next, we have a TVP here between Bratok and Prone. Let's go, baby, let's go. But again, congratulations to 3-point. My condolences to Wayne. He did make a series out of it with hyper aggressive builds and hyper aggression in general. Very prone to droning. He just really did not want to drone. Aye. Didn't want to, baby, didn't want to. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. Getting into our next game. We're getting into our next series. They have 6 slings, just 2 in the air. That's the SC2 Zergling. SC2 Zergling have their four limbs on the ground, and they have like their spikes in the air. In Brood War, it's only 2 legs and 2 arms. It's a little bit different. Here we go. We're getting into Holy World. Oh no, actually, looking at the sprites, I think they do have 6 limbs. On the sprites, on the brutal sprites, it's like a shade, but no, yeah, I think there's 6. I don't know if that's the case in StarCraft Evolution. We'll try to zoom in. For the finals, I suppose. We'll try to zoom in for the finals. So here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Holy World. We have our blue Terran player. We have our blue Terran player himself. We have for Team Starcom, the SC2 Terran. It is Bratok. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the pink Protoss player, with the pink Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Prone, the brutal Protoss. Here we go. As well in the Holy World, and again, as we mentioned, this map has been vetoed so far every single series, so we haven't actually experienced Holy World until now. And Holy World is a really interesting map here. There are a lot of features. First things first, welcome to a 4-player spawn map. Again, 4-player spawn maps are quite common, very common in Brood War or in StarCraft Evolution. You can spawn in top left, top right, and bottom left as well. But do you notice something interesting about our bases? Low ground main. I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time we had a low ground main base in StarCraft 2. Have we ever had one? Maybe for those that were active like in Wings of Liberty, was there ever a map that had a low ground main? I didn't think so, right? but yeah, that's like a crazy quirk about Holy World. Low ground main base, you have to go up the ramp into your natural. What this means is if we're going for an all-in for now 3x, by the way, 3x sim timing here out of Bratok. Very aggressive opener here. I believe CC first. Yeah, CC first into 3x. We saw this during the previous series, during the quarterfinals out of Bratok. But because of this, if we're going for an all-in, and if the natural is broken, yo, you're contained and you have to push up a ramp to break out of your main. like it is brutal here. Like, all this high ground can abuse a defending player if they lose control of the high ground of their own main base. Likewise, drop play as well. Imagine like tank drop here behind the, or on top of the creep, on top of the cliff face, drops alongside liberators as well. Like, there's a lot of way to abuse this terrain, so the main base is not as secure as it is on other maps. But now though, we're going for the sim timing. Going for the sim timing. Low grounds mains might have been a StarCraft 1 thing only. That's what I mean. Like, I'm trying to like reach into like my memory, and I can't remember if we've ever had a low ground main in StarCraft 2. I don't think that's ever happened. Like, and if it did, it must have been in Wings of Liberty, right? It's like, it must have, if it ever existed. But it's crazy. Go. From here, we are settling in. Again, we're going for our early stim timing. Add-ons are on the way. Reactor, Tech Labs as well, working towards stim, working towards a heavy push. Meanwhile, Prome, did he scout across the map? Not quite. He's not fully aware what's going on. The Dragoon has arrived. Blato sneaking up on the Dragoon, though. Getting a couple shots off. Does zone. Does zone away. Dragoon range is in production. Going for extra gateways. Going for a forge. Interesting, going for a gateway heavy style here. I'm really used to seeing Protoss players open up Robo, working towards Reaver drops, or opening up Citadel, going into Zealot legs, and going into Storm. But this is different. Prome, he's got some builds going into +1 armor and rallying out Dragoons. So it looks like he's going for a much more Dragoon heavy composition. There we go. Now we have the Citadel. It's going to be a later Citadel, but a faster upgrade. Interesting. Again, typically we see players prioritize Zealot legs. Here, we're not. So delayed Zealot legs, going into faster upgrades. This is a bit of a greedier variation. And Marine goes down. Bunker taking a lot of hits. We have to pull the boys. We have to repair. Bunker's getting low. Up. Oh my god, getting very low here. We'll barely hold on, barely survive. We have to wait for the Marauders. Marauders not coming in. Oh, as the Dragoons, they lead back the Marines. There we go. Marauders have arrived, and now we hold. Yeah, now Blatoki does hold on. Again, Marauders have extra range in the bunker. And Prome is forced back. From here, as we mentioned, we're working towards that sim timing. Stim, combat shields +1. Blatoki has survived the early game aggression of his opponent, getting to a 5 Raxes on 2 bases. This looks more and more like a 2-base all-in. 2-base all in here from Bratok. Meanwhile, across map, Prome, he will expand, get a 3rd base. I was focusing a lot here on the low ground expansion, but we do have a high ground natural into a pocket 3rd. So you have a pocket base here behind your main. You have to knock down these rocks to get easier access to the expansion. And we have a pseudo pocket base here on the right-hand side. It is a pocket expansion, but it is exposed. As you can see here, it's exposed here to the rest of the map, so it can be harassed. Can be abused. On top of that, something that you haven't seen yet, but is here in the center. One, we have a neutral CC. So in a Zerg matchup environment, you can actually weaken the CC and infest it and morph in some infested Terrans. So that is available here to you for Zerg players. It's also one of those things where neutral buildings are something that's was played around with a little bit in StarCraft 2. If you remember, there used to be maps that we played around with neutral add-ons. So there used to be like neutral reactors and neutral tech labs out on the map, and Terran players could use them to proxy. We saw like attempted proxies there, but I think that's the only like neutral buildings we've ever had in StarCraft 2. But we also have neutral disruption webs. So webs here in the center. I'll speak. Speaking of the CC, Prome is gonna knock it down. He doesn't like it, man. True Terran, get out of here. Does kill the CC. Does open up the center a little bit more. The boys have been pulled, as we mentioned, with 5 Raxes, 2-base all in. So 2-base all in, the boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing here for Bratok. Does commit. Does move out. Here we go. Yeah, it's all or nothing behind this. Storm is not ready, but done in 10 seconds. 10 more seconds. Storm will shut this down. He needs a little bit more time. He's a little bit more time. Ooh, does focus on the High Templar. There's 1 Templar left. Storm done now. And there's 1 Storm. There's 1 Storm ready. Oh, he needs more time. Needs more. Oh no, the High Templar goes down. 0 Storm. And without a Storm, there's no defense. The boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. That's nice guiding here from Bratok. Kites down those zealots. More boys are being pulled. It's going to be a Master Dragoon defense. As it will take down 25 workers. Stims in. Takes down the Dragoons one after the other. It's close. There's still a handful of Dragoons left. He's kiting. He's kiting back. He stims in. And we can see this army running out of steam. He's getting overstimmed. Running out of Marauders. And Prome is holding. Prome is holding against the first wave. Meanwhile, we have more reinforcements coming in. Going for the Artosis Pilot. Oh, the Artosis Pilot goes down. Depowers everything. Yeah, depowers everything here in the main. Heads into the mineral line. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And there's 0 gateways powered, by the way. Yeah, 0 gateways powered. There is no production. There's 4 Dragoons remaining. Down to 4. Up, down to 3. Down to 2. 2 Dragoons left. And again, nothing is powered. Ay, ay, ay. And he has to push up the ramp. Does get there. Does push up. But I thought it looks like he has done it. He has done it. He has overwhelmed. And again, he hit just before Storm. Remember, there were 2 High Templar. But they needed a couple of seconds to gather energy. GG gets called. And Brathok, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Brathok does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense game here. As we did point out, once we saw the 4th and 5th ranks, 2 base all in and pull the boys, and Prome just needed a little bit more time here to hold on. Remember, he had Storm, he had 2 High Templar, but they didn't have energy. He needed to buy some time. Shout out to Brathok, by the way, because he intentionally dove in and intentionally focus fired both High Templar, sniped them both before Storm was a factor. One Storm probably would have won the game there. Probably would have won the game for Prome. You saw how little Marines and how few Marauders there were remaining, and imagine if there was one Storm in the mix. I mean, there would have been that much less, and there would have been a defense. Very close, very clutch. In the end, GG well played, but Brathok takes the lead, and now we are getting into game number 2. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. See someone in the chat. Is this the modded game? This is StarCraft Evolution. StarCraft Evolution is a game mod that does feature Brood War versus SC2. Basically, this game is balanced specifically for Brood War versus SC2. It's not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War. It's not balanced for SC2 versus. I mean, SC2 versus SC2 is vanilla, is base game, I should say. And there's a very hardworking team working on this mod as well. Exclamation mark SC Evo in the chat, actually. Evo. We'll give you a link to the Patreon. Team Kaprulu, they're the team. Oh, let's go. They're the team working on adding textures, adding maps and porting maps from Brood War, and also balancing the game as well. This is not directly Brood War. We did mention earlier, but there have been a lot of patches, a lot of balance patches to the game, adjusting Brood War, buffing, nerfing certain things, buffing certain things, changing certain things as well, to make this as balanced as possible. Again, it's a very dedicated team, and they do actually patch the game quite regularly as well. But here we go. Proxy 2 Gate. Welcome to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player spawn map, and you can see here on the map, SC Evo. SC Evo. But it is a 4-player spawn map, and Prome, he is looking for his opponent, and he will find Brathok. Okay. He will find him as he does scout at bottom left. Brathok CC first. Oh no. CC first out of our Terran. Greedy build out of Brathok. Little does he know that we are going for an all-in. Let's go. No gas. No gas. It's going to be Mass Zealot here from Prome. And Brathok is going for the greediest opener you can go for. Late Raxes means late Marines. It means a late setup. Zealot production has begun. He's moving in. Soon be moving in. Go, shout out to the Urstodon. Island in the main. It is the same build here, 3-rack stim. So the same build 2 games in a row here out of Brathok, but Prome, he's here to punish. And remember, Brathok, he never scouted. He never scouted. No SCV scouts. He has no idea what's going on. And there we go. Proxy. Going for the proxy shield batteries. Shield batteries are on the way. Boys are being pulled. And can he get these shield batteries up and running? There we go. A 3rd shield battery. Ay, ay, ay. Bunkers on the way. There's going to be 1 Marine to defend. Just the one. Oh, no, the surround. Prome gets surrounded. No more pylons. No more shield battery. But Zealots, they do waddle in. The shield batteries, they complete. They're done. And that might just be game. That might just be game then and there. The rush has arrived. Again, there's 1 Marine. Oh, nice hold position. Very nice hold position micro. Hold position micro. But now we're up to 4 zealots, and there should not be a defense here. Like, there's no shot. No, it's just purely vanilla marines. No shot, baby, no shot. Some wasted DPS here at the ramp. Zealots, we gotta get involved. Yeah, a bit of a name move there from the zealots. But there we go, does engage in the mineral line. Shield batteries in the range. SCVs are going down. And this is critical damage. But I thought down to 5 SCVs, down to 4, down to 3. 2-0. GG gets called, and Prome ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Sorry, going to game 3. Going to game 3. I'm so used to this being a best of 3, but no, it's best of 5, of course. Best of 5. We're going to game 3 here. And again, Bratok, he went for the greediest build you can go for, and he did not go for an SCV scout. So Bratok, he had no idea what was coming. He had no idea what was happening. Alas, the shield battery, the proxy shield batteries were the nail in the coffin. They did finish, and the zealots were immortal. They did not die. They did not go down. GG. It's a very cheeky build here by Prome, and now we're getting into our 3rd game to determine who takes the lead in the series, as we're tied up 1-1. Alright, tied up and spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the Blue Terran being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Bratok. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player. We have the SC2 Protoss representing among SC2 people. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Prome. And Bratok now he's able to embrace and do what he does best, and that is whip out the Brood War Terran. Let's go. Now Bratok, what is he known for? He's known for mech. He's known for a mech. He's known for his massive vulture or his double factory opener. We'll see if that is the case here. We shall see. But now it does open up with the initial racks expand. Sets up on the low ground. Now, there are 2 builds that are quite prevalent here in the meta in TVP. One of them is going double factory into massive vulture, rushing to ion thrusters and rushing into spider mines. But another style is to go into a 3-rack stim timing, which is still very meta. It got nerfed heavily. I want to say there were like 3 different like patches that nerfed it. Despite that, it's still very much so meta. It's still very prevalent amongst the pro players. So we'll see if Bratok does go for that as well. As the SUV does move in. We'll discuss the 3-rack stim timing if that's the build we go for. We can then discuss it. Okay, factory. Never mind. So racks into factory into a delayed CC out of Bratok. This does look like a prioritization of mech. So he's not going for the stim timing. But now, ooh, 2-gate opener out of Prome. Okay, interesting. So very aggressive opener here out of our Protoss player. Delayed expansion, 2-gate opener. Bearing in mind, welcome to Pylon. Small map, short rushes to spike round. Aggression is favored here on Pylon. And we're going for a 1-base all-in. Oh my god. Yeah, going for the Robo, going for the 1-base play. Now with this Robo, we can go into early Immortal, or we can go for a Prism to warp in across the map and to juggle over the wall and to micro back the units as well. Meanwhile, we have the machine shop on the way. Yep, 2nd factory as I mentioned, so it's going to be double factory, massive vulture. But can he defend? Can he survive against a 1-base all-in with this? Will he need a tank instead? What do we go for? Vulture or tank? What's it going to be? Going into vultures. He hasn't seen the lack of expansion. He hasn't seen the 1-base all-in. He doesn't know. He's not fully aware. Yeah, he's going into ion thrusters. That's not going to help. That's not going to help here in the defense. He's going into vulture speed. He needs spider mines. With defensive mines, he can make a defense. He can pull that off. Here we go. Another gateway. So it's going to be 3 gates, 1 Robo. Prisms moving out, and Bratok, he is in danger. He's in a lot of danger here. Like again, like the speedy vultures are not going to help. There we go. Spider mines now on the way, but it was delayed. He got speed first before mines. And the spider mines are going to be crucial. Now the problem here is that spider mines can defend, but with a war prism, you can just dodge them. You can just dodge shots. Like with a prism, you can avoid the mine shots, and then you can just break through. And this might just be game. Like, without a tank defense, I don't know if it's possible. I'll be honest, I don't know if Bradley can hold with this. He moves out. There's nothing. I mean, he can get into the mineral line, true. He will get into the mineral line. He can start to one-shot workers. As he does somewhat get in. Does force the defensive warp in. Meanwhile, the army juggles into mayways. He can force field the ramp. Let's go. He can force field. And again, this is going to be a tough hold. We need the mines. We need mines at home. We need as many mines as possible. I think that's just game. Yeah, I think that's just game here. Does target down the vultures. Mines are being thrown down. Oh, they can connect. Boys are being pulled. And we have the one tank to hold on, but there's no defense here. No shots. Oh my god. Forcing friendly fire. Catching out 7 SCVs. And the tank is going to be targeted. Oh, nice repair. Okay. Does repair. But I think he's holding on. That one tank is the backbone of the army. And now we're up to 2 tanks. Yo, with 2 tanks, he can hold. He's holding. He's holding. He shuts out the stalkers. The power of the tanks. Oh my god. Still very close. Stutter steps across. Takes down the final stalker. There's nothing left. Oh, there's nothing left again. The MVP tanks, baby. Let's go. I thought they were too late. But no, they came out in time, and I believe siege mode is done. And Bradley defends. He does defend. From here, he can just siege up. Defend is natural. Oh, we'll lose the tank. Wait, no, does pull away. Saves the tank, thankfully. Does force back the army. Oh, is he counterattacking? So, from in my mind, remember, Blato, he's up in workers. We can just expand. We can just chill back at home and expand. And get into a longer game. Bratok, he is counterattacking instead. This is risky. There's going to be an immortal. Back at home. Spider mines are thrown down. Ooh, does connect. Yeah, we get some connections here. But this feels risky, pushing into an immortal like this. Tanks are sieging. Tank flow is going to be going up. Oh, he's trying to. Nice control by Chrome. Saves the immortal, going for the tank. And he will focus it down. Yeah, there's no saving this tank. The tank does fall. Vultures, they bust into the main, though. Yeah, they bust into the mineral line. Chromes are going down. Ooh, Spider-Man shot goes off. And he's done it. He's done it. It's enough. Ooh, he's done enough damage. Another Spider-Man. Another Spider-Man connects. And another as well. Takes out the Stalker. And with that 17 probe kills, Bratok, he does excel. He does do enough damage. GG gets called. Whew. And Bratok, he survives the all-in. He takes a lead in the series. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played again. I was very concerned by the all-in. We saw that the vultures were struggling to defend, rushing into ion thrusters, rushing into spider mines. Was not ideal, but the tank did come out just in time, pull the boys to defend, and with the help of that tank, he helped. We saw that Bratok was able to hold, able to defend. He saved the main base, and even pulled off the counterattack as well. Lost all of his tanks in the counterattack, but got economic damage. He was able to get into the mineral line. GG, well played. Bratok does take a 2-1 lead, and is 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. As we are loading into Sylphid. Here we go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Sylphid, we have the... Oh, there we go. We have the StarCraft 2 Terran play. We have the StarCraft 2 Terran representing Team Starcom, leading the series 2-1. It is Bratok. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Pink Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Prone. the Brood War Protoss player. Now, fun fact, we didn't actually get to talk about the format. For the regulars in the chat, you would know already. But just to reiterate, the format here is loser's pick. And I find that interesting because of the races that we have ahead of us here. Prome, he lost the last game, and Prome, he did choose to play Brood War Protoss, not SE2 Protoss. Again, it is loser's pick as to which player is able to pick which race. So Prome, he does go back to Brood War Protoss, and we'll see if that's going to be enough to overcome and overwhelm Bratok. It could also be just to avoid Bratok's Brood War Terran as well. Like, playing against mech can be quite difficult. And Bratok is very fond of that, at least whenever he plays Brood War. But now, CC first. CC first out of Bratok. So CC first into his own racks. Meanwhile, once again, 2-gate opener out of Prome. This is very similar to what we saw previously in the last game. Oh, and this is going to be the 3x Tim. If you remember, we saw this on Holy World. We saw this on Holy World. I mean, we saw this attempted on Vermeer, if you recall, as well. So Bratok going up to 3 racks, working towards Stim. And this can turn into an all-in, doesn't have to be. But we saw on Holy World, he threw down 2 more, went up to a 5-rack setup. Pool the boys just went for a 2-base all-in. That's what it led into on Holy World, at least. Here, 2-gate opener going into early Zealots. Classic is very fond of this. Classic is very fond of this build as well. So 2-gate Zealots. Rushes across the map. Yo, we're setting up the proxy shield batteries. Let's go. Yeah, rallying out Dragoons. Hyper aggression here out of Prome. And Bratok, can he hold? Can he survive? Can he get a bunker? There we go. Bunker's on the way. He needs this bunker desperately. Zealots are rallying in. Dragoons as well. If he can get the bunker up, he can hold. If not, then it can be just game here and now. There we go. SCV goes down. Bunker's under fire. Here come the shield batteries. Boys are being pulled. And the bunker is going to be denied. It's close. Oh my god. Yeah, it's so close to falling. He needs the bunker, Pappy. He needs it. Going for the Autosis Pylon. Pylon's under fire. Throws down another. Throws down the eBay. Trying to wall up. Trying to wall up. The shield batteries are going to finish. Yeah, they're going to complete. They're going to finish up. The bunker under fire as well. Taking a lot of damage. Can he repair in time? No! He barely can. Oh my god. The repairs are in time. Marines are being targeted. He does load up the bunker. Yeah, the bunker gets loaded. Without the shield batteries, they're going ham here on those Zealots. Oh my god. But they're running out of energy. They're running out of energy. Bunkers are holding. Dragoons getting behind the middle line, going for the SCVs. Boys, they pull away. They pull away. Getting the refund. And Dragoons against Marine, I mean, Dragoons have the advantage. They do not have range though. No range, but that's going to be 4 Dragoons. Yeah, they focus on the Bio, focus on the Marines. From here, they focus on the SCVs, and then they can just focus on the bunker. And where are the repairs? Bratok trying to hold on, but I believe Prome should have enough. Yeah, he should have enough. Again, Bratok didn't take the first pylon seriously enough. He will bring it down eventually. He will focus on that pylon. But we have so many more shield batteries. More shield batteries are amassing. Remember, there's no factory here, so, and there's no add-ons, so it's only Marine. It's just pure Marine. Only Marine pack. Which is where Dragoons can excel. Again, there's 3 more shield batteries. Jesus. Does get 1 Dragoon. Kills 1. 1 Dragoon goes down. Oh god, the Marines, they get bullied. You see he's focusing on the weakened shield batteries, which is less than ideal. Again, Dragoons are working their way through. We built up to how many? Up to 7 Dragoons. Okay, 1 Dragoon goes down. Gets 1. The Marauder has arrived. Yeah, Tech Lab did complete. The Marauder's going to be huge here. Marauder does load up. And is that going to be enough? The Marauder does add a lot of DPS. Shield Battery's out of energy. Let's go. Dragoons are going down. He gets 1. Gets 1 more Dragoon. That 1 Marauder is the MVP. Gets a second Dragoon. Yeah, he's holding. He's holding on. If it was pure Marine, I feel like Prome could do this. But now that there's a Marauder, that changes everything. The power of the Marauder. And now up to 2. Up to a second Marauder. And the Dragoons, they cannot touch this. Yeah, they cannot push in. They're just getting bullied back. Marauders are crazy. Oh my god. They just chunk away at the HP here, the Dragoons. They just do so much damage. Firm, he was gaining ground. He was doing well for himself. But took a little bit too long. I was concerned by how late the tech lap was. But hey, Braddock, he got there. He got there. Remember, it's a one-base all in. There's no expansion. There's no expansion. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Braddock. As he will break through all these shield batteries. Again, slow and steady here for Braddock. Things are looking dire. Then the Marauders arrived. And Dragoons are trying to poke in. We have more shield batteries behind us. Getting up to 5 shield batteries. I mean, that is a lot of burst damage. True. That's a lot of burst damage here on that on that bunker. Oh, takes down one of the Marauders as well. Nice target firing. Braddock getting a little bit too cavalier. Does overextend. Does overextend here. Bleeding out more SCVs. I mean, that is still 12 Dragoons. And the bunker goes down. Uh-oh. And the bunker goes down. Marauders are being targeted. Barely not enough repairs. And Prime, he's still doing it. He's still pulling it off. Again, there's 0 Marauders left. Where are the Marauders? Again, Braddock, he was just a little bit too careless with his movement there. He bled out so many Marauders in the lead up to that breakout. Likewise, didn't have enough SCVs to repair. It was a long all-in. Like, it was it was a very long all-in. Braddock, he pulls the boys. It's all or nothing. No, the Marauder goes down instantly. Nice target firing there by Prome. And GG. GG gets called. Prome, he will overwhelm. And we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Let's go. GG, well played again. Nice target firing there by Prome. He did focus down every single Marauder as soon as he could, as soon as they got within range. And likewise, we didn't have any reinforcing SCVs to keep the repairs up on that bunker. As we saw, the Dragoon count was slowly getting up, slowly rising, of course. Did eventually burst down that bunker. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. So we are getting into Blue Storm. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner of Blue Storm, we have the Blue Terran player. The Blue Terran representing Team StarCom. Being forced into the ace match, but picking what he does best. Picking the Brood War Terran. It is Braddock. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the StarCraft 2 Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is a Prome. On the ace match, 2 plays SC2 and SC1. As we mentioned before, the format for this tournament is loser's pick. So because Braddock lost the last game, he picks Brood War. Like, he gets the pick, so he does get first pick, and it is going to be Brood War Terran. And because it's always a Brood War versus SC2, that means a Prome is forced into SC2 Protoss. So, loser's pick. And from here, oh, double gas. Okay, double gas opener out of Braddock. Braddock is going for a faster factory. And welcome to Blue Storm. Welcome to Blue Storm. Blue Storm is one of the smaller maps, shorter rush distance by ground. We do have our natural base. Natural is a really interesting natural base. It's just because, similarly to Holy World, I suppose, low ground expansion, we have a high ground right next to the natural. So we have this high ground area. On top of that, we do have a very narrow choke point coming into the natural as well, so you can easily wall this area off. You can also knock down this tower as well, so typically we don't really see much aggression coming from the right hand side. The rush distance by ground is very short, as you can see here. Doesn't take long at all here to go from one side to the other. But typically you can wall this area up and you can defend, and then the aggression really resides on the left hand side. Likewise, look at the third base, also right next to high ground. High ground is right next to the third base, so sieges and attacks can be quite difficult to defend at the third, which is why usually you're not fighting at the third base, you're fighting out here in the center of the map. You have to fight out here at the forward ramp instead. Otherwise, like, being defensive and falling back here can be brutal. just because of all the high ground and all the points of elevation. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, remember, double gas. Double gas opener means a faster factory. I assumed it was going to be a factory expand. This is double gas, double factory. Hyper aggressive build here out of Prime, rushing into vultures, rushing into ion thrusters and spider mines. So he's going into mass vulture. Meanwhile, Prime back at home, gate expands. So gate, cyber expand, standard opener here out of Prime. Nothing crazy. Checking Prime's vision, he sees nothing. He sees nothing here. And here we go, the vultures are amassing. Ion thrusters on the way, that is vulture speed. Blacklock does skirt around the edge. So very late expansion here for Blacklock, as he's going into spider mines as well. Which tournament lets the ace be Brutal versus Brutal? That's Kung Fu Cup. Yeah, Kung Fu Cup. That's also, I mean, I appreciate it personally, but it can be a little bit confusing for those that are like watching. But yes, different tournaments have different formats. So StarCraft Evolution League is loser's pick. As Marine is targeted down. Marine is targeted. But here in Kung Fu Cup, it is player pick. Player pick. Does move out. So which is usually stronger, StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 2? I mean, I don't think it's... I think I said this also. I don't think it's correct to think of it in that way. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. The game is purposely balanced to make sure that it is as even as possible. I would say that typically, I would say, like, for example, Brutal Zerg is weaker than SC2 Zerg, but recently there have been a lot of patches to try to help alleviate that. And they just work differently. Ooh, meanwhile, Spider-Man's going to be going up. Nice defensive setup here. Shield battery is done. So far, full wall. Full wall here from Prime. Does wall up, does wall off. But the races just work differently. They're just different races. There was a period in the meta where Brood War Terran was very strong. Brood War Terran was really strong, but they got nerfed. Like, Brood War Terran got nerfed. Specifically sim timings. Sim timings were insanely strong in TVZ and TVP and TV. It was just in every match. In every matchup. You would know this if you were watching maybe like 2 months ago. 3x stim was like all around the meta, and it was just plaguing the meta as well. And that was addressed. That was addressed by, they reduced the HP of the medic, they increased the build time of stim, and they increased the attack priority of the medic as well. But like, again, like the game is like actively like patched to avoid that kind of thing. Meanwhile, Barato, he backs off, he walls up, does take his expansion, and we'll see where the game takes us from here. Again, Baratoki is going into now a more tank-heavy switch, setting up on 2 bases. Meanwhile, Prime should have map control and can take a faster third. We'll see how Prime will approach this. Again, from here, he should just be expanding, taking his 3rd base. Does go for a 2nd Robo. Let's go. And this makes sense because he's up against Mech. He's up against Mech here, so 2nd Robo's on the way. With this, we are getting into mass Immortal production. How do you play against Mech with SE2? Typically with Charge and with Immortals. So we're building up an Immortal Zealot heavy composition. Meanwhile, Baratok setting up back at home. He's being active with the Vulture, setting up his minefield. The minefield is setting up. We have observers here to deal with that. Prime is moving out to clear out those mines. Trying to keep up with the Vultures. Prime does expand. Again, Prime for the most part, like he's secure. He's free to expand, take a 3rd base, saturate. Vultures, they do skirt around the edge, though they avoid the main army. And alas, the army's out of position. Prime not where he needs to be. Spider-Man's thrown down, going for the middle line, and probes are gonna fall. Nice movement here from Baratok. Does get in. 5 probes gonna be going down. Getting 5, 6, 7, getting up to 8. And not quite 9. But nice damage. 8 workers do fall. Again, as you can see, we do have this little alleyway behind the 3rd base, and he did barely slip past. Whew. Not bad. And I would say really necessary damage. Remember, Prime had the economic lead because he had the faster natural. It was a late expand from Baratok, so you have to do something across the map, and he does. Moving out with more Vultures. Does move out. Prime, he's trying to keep up. Does spot the army. You can see he's aware. As he's distracted once again, Brato going for another run by. Uh-oh. Does move out once again. This time there's a there's a pylon to block. I'm loving the movement here with the mines. Oh no! Oh my god. Does focus him down. Yeah, barely does. Whew. Deals with the mines. And Vultures, they once again head into the mineral line. This time though, there is a immortal in position. There is an immortal. Boys are being pulled. Once again, 6 more probes going to be going down. 7 more probes. Gets 7 more. Dives into the main and does get a full scout. He's fully aware of the gateway heavy composition. Again, working towards charge, working towards zealots and immortals. And these two vultures, they get in once again. They still get more damage done at 10 probe kills. Main army's pushing forward. Tanks have arrived. Probe is in position. But where are those zealots? Uh-oh. Yeah, where are the charge? Also know with the main army. We need those warp-ins. Pushing into a line of tanks here. Prome. He's trying to force his way through. The immortals are moving in. The immortals are moving in. Massive mortal looks like it is going to be enough. Whew. Does focus them down. And every tank will fall. Yeah, a clutch fight here from Prome. Does take down the main army, but that was 14 probe kills across the map. The economy here does take a hit for Prome, but he wins the main fight. And again, you can see just how tanky these immortals are. They just took all the tank shots to the face. And we have more immortals on the way. Just mass immortal, papi. Mass immortal. And again, I'm loving the spotter pylon as well. Oh, actually, there's another... Yo, there's another way around. Ay, ay, ay. Yo, cheeky moves here by Brato, guys. There's a second alleyway. There's an alley behind the alley, papi. Ay, ay, ay. It's crazy. 3 probes going down and diving into the natural. Immortals are keeping up. Yeah, the wolf focus is down, so nowhere near as much damage this time. Vultures are better Hellions, not against Ducklings. Yeah. Vultures are just a different unit. They're just different units. Vultures, they play a different role. They do a better job harassing in some aspects, but worse in others. As was mentioned, like Hellions, they are better against a Link Bane composition. Hellions, I mean. They're just a different units. You could argue that Battle Mech is stronger in SE2 than in Brood War, depending on what you're up against. Oh, Spider-Man goes up. Oh my god, Spider-Man's here. They shut down the Zealots. And nice kiting. Nice kiting here from the Vultures. And again, Prome doesn't have to push in. Like, sure, he took a lot of damage. If Prome wanted to, he could just expand. Like, we can just take another base. He has map control. He's containing his opponents. But Prome, he wants to go in. He wants to send it. We don't need to. Like Prome, calm down. Yeah, Vultures, they do slip by. That means they're not home to defend. We have mass tank waiting for him. And how tanky are Immortals? Let's go. He's pushing into what? 8 siege tanks. Boys are being pulled. 3, 4, 5 tanks going to be going down. It's still going to be a close fight here. Almost getting every tank, but he holds. Yeah, Brato, he holds. He survives. He shuts down the Immortals. And across the map, Vultures, they also get into the mineral line. They bust into the mineral line. They get some more probe kills. And remember, Prome wasn't probing. He wasn't probing. He wasn't expanding. He chose not to. He chose to go for the all-in. And Brato, he barely held on. Look at the trades here. That was how many? That was 8 tanks for 5 Immortals. 8 tanks went down, but again, the tank line barely held on. And behind this Prome down to 45 workers, he never saturated his third. He never saturated, never probed up. Again, he didn't have to push into 8 tanks back. That was we didn't have to go for it. Oh no! Oh my god. Yeah, brutal connections. Catching out the Stalkers. Oh no! Catching out every Stalker. Let's go. The Spider Mines pop off. Yeah, with that Brato, he holds, he defends. He's the one to take a faster 4th base. He's expanding, taking more bases, getting a greater economy. Once again, the Vultures, they slip by. I'm telling you, this second alleyway, it's... Ay, ay, ay. Let's go. Stalkers will clean this up. No, we heard you like alleyways. So we put alleyways in your alleyways. True, true. Oh, it's from here. I would say a nice cleanup there from Prome. Took down like 5 mines with 1 zealot. Oh god, no! I spoke too soon. Running into more mines. Vulture setting up. Behind this, Goliath production has begun, working towards a science vessel. Vultures, they bypass the main army. They get into another mineral line. The Vulture rush just continues. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop, man. Oh god. Yeah, behind this is no cannons, no shield batteries, no stack defense. 8 more probe kills. More importantly, just drags Prome back home. And once again, no saturation at the third. Bratok, he's on 80 SCVs. He's on 80 workers. Insane. The economy is there. And soon Prome he'll move out. As he's just building up that tank count back at home. Only harassing with vultures. Setting up the minefields. Prome finally expands. It gets scouted. It gets spotted. Bratok is aware. Oh god. Once again, Bratok does rotate. He gets spotted. He gets spotted. Prome, he can try to keep up. Again, he's got how many immortals? 10 immortals. like the army itself is quite solid here for Prome. Unfortunately, he's just had a really hard time reacting to these run-bys, reacting to these counterattacks, and he also lost momentum earlier. So he just can't stop the bases. Ideally, Prome, he'd want to be out on the map. He'd want to be containing and denying these expansions. But because of the earlier losses, because of the earlier fight, the blundered engagement from Prome, he lost all control. And with that, we see Bratok just mass expanding. Once again, gets into another mineral line. Gets 5 more probe kills. Yo, Taeja's watching. He's like, I see. He's let's go. As there are just so many mines out of the map. And here comes the tank army. How many tanks? 22. 22 tanks, man. That's a lot of tanks. Oh god. Protoss players, look away, Pappy, look away. It's not gonna be pretty. It's not gonna be pretty, Pappy. Oh no. As Bratok is reaching his final form. Slowly pushing into the natural. Somewhat within range of the mineral line. Vultures, they rush past. Now, once again, there won't be any vultures to protect these tanks, so Prome can take maybe the most efficient fight he can hope for. Vultures, they bust into the natural. Prome's going to be going down. But there's 22. You can't push into 22 tanks. Like, they protect themselves. GG. GG gets called as he doesn't even try to break the siege line. And Bratok, he will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Bratok, he will claim the series. Again, a very intense Game 5 here. Again, it was honestly back and forth. There were definitely good moments for Prome, but it all kind of swung in favor of Bratok when Prome did overextend. He pushed out into the third base. Remember, he pushed into, it was 8 tanks, some spider mines as well. He tried to force the issue. He lost all of his army, he lost all his momentum. At the same time, he was losing probes across the map. And as soon as that fight went the way of Bratok, he could expand. He could mass up, he can take more bases, gain map control, and snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. But a shout to Prome, because hey, Prome, he forced the ace match. I mean, it was a very intense back and forth. Went all the way to game 5 as well. Went all the way to game 5. It went the distance. Did go the distance. Ooh. Oh, it just says it's 4. Hold on. There we go. 3-1. Sorry, 3-2. Jesus. Sorry. There we go. 3-2. 3-2 in favor of Bratok. Went all the way to the ace match here. Sorry, I just had the wrong score out of game. Do apologize. But that leads us here into the grand finals. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's catch up on all of today's matches. And again, intense semis, non-stop ace matches. Oh my god. Almost non-stop ace matches the entire quarterfinals, actually. Again, we had 3-point going to the ace match against Geralt, Wayne the ace match against the SDC, Prome the ace match against Taeja. Bratok did 2-0 Lunacy. True, that did happen. That was the only one-sided series in the top 8, and then likewise we have the semifinals also going to the ace match as well, and now we have the grand finals. It's going to be a TVZ between 3-point and Bratok. Let's go. We have our grand finals ahead of us, and we'll see who will be this week's StarCraft Evolution League champion. Oh boy. We're getting into our grand finals. Just quickly setting up. As a reminder, it's going to be best of 5. Best of 5, not a best of 7, or best of 9, or a best of 3. Best of 5 finals. Let's go. Meanwhile, I don't think Bratok has ever won one of these tournaments. He's made it far in these events, don't get me wrong, but we haven't seen Bratok claim a win yet. Will this be his first one, or will 3-point claim another? 3-point, I would say he is the second best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. He was third best, but of course Dark did retire. Dark, he was also very active in the StarCraft Evolution scene. Dark was number 1, with Shin is number 2. In the absence of Dark in that retirement, Shin has risen through the ranks, is now the number 1 Zerg player. 3-point just behind him. I say 3-point just behind him. As I mentioned before, like the CIS players like Wayne and Young Yakov, they're also very good currently. They're also very in form, and they can definitely threaten 3-point and the other Zerg players as well. So you know, there's definitely a lot of contention amongst the hierarchy of Zergs currently between 3-point, Wayne, Young Yakov, and Shin. But here we go. We're getting into our fresh best of 5, into our grand finals. Game 1 is going to be on Vermeer. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. As we are getting into our grand finals, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the SC2 Terran representing Team Starcom. It is Bratok. Here we go. Oh boy, and we'll see how Bratok will approach this. Now again, when it comes to Brood War, we expect to see 3x Stim, or we expect to see some more mech styles out of Bratok. But when it comes to SC2, I'm not too familiar with what he brings to the table. We'll see if he does go into Biotank, into a standard setup, into a standard game. Meanwhile, we do see a very early gas into an early pool, very aggressive setup here from 3-point. Oh boy. Now, what does this entail? Fasting speed. So we're going to be rushing into link speed. If we stay in gas, this can then turn into from link speed into 2-base muta. Regardless, initially, fast Zerglings are on the table here on the horizon from the side of 3-point. A hyper-aggressive build out of our Zerg. Also, we're going to welcome to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player small map. A first Zerg Lord does move out towards the natural and will instantly scout Bratok. CC first. Ooh. CC first out of our Terran player, so very greedy opener here out of our Terran, which would be normal, which would be fine under normal circumstances, but we do have early link speed. We'll see if 3-point can punish this in some way, as it's going to be CC first into, I was going to say 2x Reaper, no gases of course, no gases, so CC first into 2x Marine, into potentially a 3x, 3x Stim timing. So 3x here out of our Terran. Working towards Stim, working towards a heavy bio composition. Meanwhile, insanely fast layer, we're skipping link speed. Okay, we're skipping link speed. This looks like 2-base muta. Yeah, straight up 2-base muta here by 3-point. Okay. Does skip link speed, rush into an insane. This is what, a 2-minute layer? This is like a 150 layer timing. That's crazy. Oh my god. The fastest layer you can go for. And again, there's no punish. Remember, there's no scouting initially. There's no Reaper. CC first. 3-point is safe. Thankfully, Bratok is scouting. He sees late expansion, sees late bases, checks the main, and he confirms the lair. He sees the lair, he sees the gases. This screams 2-base Muta. Now, does Bratok hard counter? Oh, okay. So in regards to 2-base Muta, typically a hard counter to 2-base Muta is a 2-1-1. What is a 2-1-1? A 2-1-1 is a really strong stim timing with Medivacs. Here we have a 3-rack stim timing instead. Does this hit in time? So we have a short rush distance spike ground. True. Short rush distance spike ground because we have close spawns. Stim is going to be prioritized, but that is a fast spire. The question becomes, can Bratok counterattack? Like, the Muta's going to hit. Like, the Muta's going to hit. They're going to threaten the bases. There should be enough Marines to defend. But can he move out? Can he try to punish? Can he hit with this timing or not? Oh. Hello. This is not just 2-base Muta. Okay. I like this. So it's going to be 2-base Muta, but we're not committing to mass Muta. This should be like 6, maybe like 6 Mutas here from 3-point. That is enough to one-shot SCVs, to harass, and then bam, into what? Into Lurker. And that will survive, that will defend against the stim timing. Like, mass Muta would struggle, but Lurker, different story. Okay. 4 Mutas on the way. Game to 5 again. We're expecting like 6 at the most, like 6, maybe 7. So 5 Mutas are coming. Stopping at 5. Okay, so 5 Mutas here, and again, that is enough to one-shot SCVs, and then bam, straight into Lurker tech. And again, this is designed to survive the sim timing, because again, 3-point, he knows. Like, he saw the opener, he saw the Raxes, he knows that the sim timing is coming. Oh my god, a 5x all in. Yeah, 2-base 5x all in here by Bratok. It's going to be a very strong sim timing, but he's going to run into Lurkers. Oh boy, this is going to be clutch. It's going to be a clutch hold here for 3-point. Bearing in mind that there won't be that many Lurkers, so at the same time, Bratok, he can still try to overwhelm. Mutas are deflected. Again, the Mutas, they're not going to do any damage. They shouldn't. They shouldn't kill any SCVs. It's not about the Mutas, it's about the Lurkers. They get one SCV kill. Lurker upgrade is almost ready. Here comes the timing. Here comes the push. We need Lurkers. We need those Lurkers. A Lurker research is done. Up. Can we morph them in? There we go. 5 Lurkers in production. The Marines are moving in. It's going to be close. Can he hit? Can he hit in time? Mutants are buying. Yeah, they're buying time. They're buying time. They're forcing back the army. They're delaying the push. Every second counts. Lurkers are going to finish. Yeah, you can see the timing here. Lurkers, they finish up just in time. Whew. And 3-1 holds. The whole position. The whole position. Up. Oh, let's go. Oh my god. The whole position of the Lurkers. And with that, he shuts down the Bio army. And let's go. He can counterattack. He can just counterattack across the map. He dives on the main army. Ooh, Mutas is stuck behind. Yeah, a little bit of miscontrol there from 3 points. Mutas, they did lag behind. But again, a very nice catch. Oh my god. Again, a solid read here from 3-point as to how the game would progress. And now here come the Lunkers. They are moving in. They're just forcing their way forward. And again, it's only Mass Marine, pure Marine against Lunkers, Pappy. Let's go. Gets into the middle line. And again, just a really, really tight build here from 3 points. It was so close and so clutch. And he will overwhelm the Marines. The Marines are going down. Takes down the mineral line. 21 SCV kills, and 3-1 he's done it. 3-1 he's done it. He has broken the back of Bratok. Lunkers, they keep waddling in. And we're just flooding. We're just flooding across the map. Ooh. Oh boy. Este 3-point back. Crazy, crazy. With that, he takes over the natural base. Would you see? Oh, Bratok stem in. So let's respect the army. And again, Bratok is down to 25 SCVs. 3-point does have the economic lead. He's heading economy. Still just massing on more Zerglings and Lurkers. He's hoping to dive. And he will. It dives on the army. Oh my god. Yeah, Lurkers do burrow. They just bully back the forces, getting into the mineral line. And threepoint has control of the natural. And again, just no economy, just stuck on one base. Aye, aye, aye. I knew it was a two-base one to begin with from the side of Blathok. Does move out with the drop. Does move out. Threepoint doesn't have much at home to defend, doesn't have anything at home. So this drop has potential. Yo, we got some Scourge on the way. Drop moves in. Speaking of, takes down the medevac. The drop still pops off. Yeah, getting 6 drone kills, not bad. It's something. Oh, liberation has arrived. Okay. Yeah, but Blathok breaks out. Does break out. Now, what's important here is that threepoint wasn't droning. Like oh my god, losing everything, losing every single lurker, miscontrol at a 3-point. Yeah, he does not escape. He does not move away. Just does leave his army idle. And Blathok, he's still in this game. Now, what I was getting at is that threepoint, he chose to mass up more Zerglings. He wasn't droning. He wasn't droning up. He wasn't saturating. The drone count is very low here for threepoint. Blathok, with the help of mules, he's still in this. He's still in this game. He can still win this. 0 lurkers. 0 lurkers left. Without lurkers, there's no defense. There's no defense against this. Like threepoint, he had such a strong start to this. Catching out the army, counterattacking, taking over the natural. But man with gun is pretty good. Yeah, we have a wall of spine coolers on the way. Sorry, wall of sunken colonies. Marines, they stim in. There's 1 lurker to defend. Now 1 lurker putting in some work. And he just ignores it. Yeah, he just ignores the base. He heads over towards the 3rd. That's all he needs. Going for the expansion at the same time. Lings, they catch reinforcements. 7 SCV kills. Down goes the expansion. Oh, he's doing it again. He's crazy. Oh my god. The whole position lunkers. Oh my god. They take down so many Marines. Este threepoint. Calm down. The whole position lunkers. With that, he shouldn't get much done across the map. Nice start stepping. Yeah, nice start stepping. And Blathok, he does hold. He does defend. He does take a supply lead. And even though we've had some slick moves here by threepoint, Blathok, he should still overwhelm. Yeah, it takes down the Marines. Sorry, takes down the Lings. Still a very close fight. Oh my god. Yeah, barely takes that trade. Takes down the Hydra. Liberator going ham. And now threepoint is stuck on 2 bases. He lost the 3rd. The 3rd base was sniped, was killed. Threepoint down to 33 drones. Bear in mind that, of course, Blathok does have mules. Does have mules available. I say that he's holding onto his scans. I mean, it makes sense against lurkers. He's holding onto scans. No muling too hard. Going for the dream drop. Oh no! Oh, the Scourge! Oh no! Oh, Bruce is about to run out. It's about to run out. No, no! Takes out a full medevac, gets 1. Aye, aye, aye. Does catch a full medevac. At least unloads the rest. This could have just been game. Jesus. That's not what you want to boost, but it's still GG. GG gets called. Still has enough. And with that, Blathok takes game number 1. A very intense, a very chaotic game 1 at that. GG. Hi, hi, hi. GG, well played. Blathok, he does take lead. But again, it was crazy. I love the initial build here of threepoint. Like, remember, threepoint to go for mutas. I'm sorry, it was initially fast gas into 2-based muta with a, I want to say, was it like a 150-ish, 155-ish layer timing, insanely fast layer into 2-based muta. It got scattered. We saw Blathok try to shut it down by going for his own bio all-in with 5 Raxes. Meanwhile, we had the hard switch into lurkers, and lurkers, they finish up just in time for the sim timing. Was on hold position, called out the army, and threepoint was ahead. Threepoint, he crippled the economy, crippled the army, but we saw him he was inattentive. 3-point, he was inattentive. He did leave his lurkers idle. They were unburied in the center of the map, and he lost 5 lurkers for free. And that was the moment that Bratok bounced back in that game. He was able to bounce back, caught all the lurkers for nothing, and everything snowballed out of control. GG. GG all play. Was still very chaotic, still very back and forth. With that, Bratok takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping into game 2. We're getting into Pylon. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1 down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is 3-point. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the SC2 Terran. Representing Team Starcom, leading the series 1-0, it is Bratok. Go. You're still going. Oh, hello, Dino Minotaur. Hello, Papi. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Ugh. Yes. Non-stop casting, Papi. Non-stop. Our next broadcast, of course, is going to be in, I think, 8 hours? No. Around 9 hours' time. Let me check our calendar. 10, thank God. Our next cast is going to be in 10 hours. It's going to be live with the Pickers Cup. Pickers Cup is in 10 hours. We got you covered with some more open StarCraft. Meanwhile, Turax opener here out of Bratok is taking gases this time, going into Turax Reaper. Okay, welcome to Pylon. Now, something that we didn't really get to mention here, but a lot of the Brood War maps don't actually have a cliff going into the main. They just don't have them. That's why Reaper openers are more of a rarity on some of the Brood War maps. But here in SE2, there are cliff faces. You can rotate back and forth, and you can abuse the fact that Zerg doesn't have queens, or the queen in Brood War is a very different kind of unit. It's a late game spellcaster instead, so early game defense can be a little bit more awkward here for 3-point. As here come the Reapers. Reapers are on the way, and we'll see if 3-point can keep up. Beast, wow, I'm an animal. Gracias, papi, gracias. Ay, ay, ay. We do what we can. Good, if we don't, who will? True. We gotta cast everything, man. Yeah, everything. So we do have the early creep colony here at the natural. Again, the creep colonies are necessary to defend, just because there's no queens, so we need those colonies. So one here in the natural. Meanwhile, we have Zerglings in the main. Reapers, they poke in. 3-point in position. Yeah, nice setup. 3-point in Wool Zone away. And behind this, we have our initial 2-racks Reaper into 3-racks stim timing. Let's go. So early stim timing here out of Bratok. Meanwhile, 3-point does expand. I'll take a third. Oh. Reapers are deflected. They rotate. They will get eyes on the expansion, and they will attempt to delay. Oh, do you see what I see? 5 racks. 2 base all in. 2 base all in. This is the same build that Bratok went for last game. I mean, it's the same build. It is the same follow-up, different opener, of course, as this time he went for a delayed CC, and likewise he went for early Reapers. But the end game is the same. The end game is a 5 racks 2 base all in. Lings, they get on top of the add-ons, not bad. Yeah, Tech Lab is denied. Likewise going for the reactor as well. And it does go for the reactor. From here, the Reaper. Oh my god, they bust into the main. 4 drone kills, not bad. They bust into the main, 4 or 5 drones going down. The Reapers, they will eventually be cleaned up, but they get another drone towards the end. Just barely 6 drones. So we have a back and forth. Bratok will bleed out his add-ons. That does delay stim, but at the same time, he's also able to get 6 drones across the map as well. Meanwhile, what are we taking into? Taking into Hydra. So it's going to be Ling Hydra, most likely into Ling Hydra Lurker. The stim timing is delayed. And there's no lair. Ooh, no lair. So no lurkers. Not yet. We'll see if a 3-point can hold. We'll see if he can survive. So just building up more bio, building up more Marines. Again, we're just waiting for that sim timing. Once it kicks in, then we can just send it across the map. We can send it, Matthew. We can send it. Here it comes. Here it comes, Prato. From here he commits. Back at home, lair just begins. The lair, it only just began, so no lurkers. It's going to be, yeah, we have to rely on spine crawlers. I keep saying sunken colonies. You get me. Colonies are on the way. Prato, he commits. Colonies, they're barely not ready in time. There's 5 hydras. And we have Stim. Okay, he's got Stim, takes down 1 colony. Stim's on forge, shuts down the Zerglings, and 3-point, he can't hold on. The colonies, they go down one after the other. Star steps in, takes down the Zerglings, pushes in towards the 3rd, takes down the final colony, and the Hydras, they're going down one after the other. Prato, he will snowball out of control. Yeah, just overwhelms, takes over the 3rd base, denies the upgrade, going for +1. Back at home, he's taking up. Back at home, he's just building up here, getting ready for a counterattack. Lurker tech is on the way. Ooh. Hatchery goes down. He can just stand and fight. I say that the Zerglings, they trade well for themselves. They trade somewhat. But last 3-point, he just cannot keep up. He cannot keep up. Again, without lurkers to defend against this, or I should say, if the spine crawlers were done a little bit faster, then maybe they could have defended. But something that I should have emphasized, I should have brought up, which if you heard our SC2 cast, you would know. Welcome to Pylon. Pylon, short rush distance by ground. All-ins are favored. All-ins are favored on Pylon. The rush distance by ground is very short on this map, so these all-ins hit even harder than normal. And we saw that the colonies were done barely not in time. They were a couple of seconds too late. And every second does count. Lurker tech is just now finishing, just now done. And we need those lunkers. There we go. We got 3 lurkers morphing in. Oh, they're not going to finish. Yeah, they're not going to finish in time. Shuts down the lurkers, shuts down the spine crawler, and he can't focus. Oh god, they're so tanky. I forgot about that. Yeah, lurker eggs are very robust. There's a skin. The lurkers themselves, less so. Yeah, less so. Takes down the Hydrogen. GG gets called, and Prato, he will snowball out of control. He will take game number 2, taking a lead in the series, extending his lead, and 1 game away from becoming our champion. GG. GG, well played. Whew, again, Lurker Tech was delayed here for 3-point. He was relying on Ling Hydra. He was relying on his colonies. But again, remember, he had 2 colonies that were not done in time to defend the ramp. To defend the high ground. They were just barely not done. We saw that Prato was able to break on through, bust on through. GG. And now, again, as I mentioned before, Prato, he has never won a StarCraft Evolution League. Like, he has always had deep runs. That's true. Typically ending those runs in the semifinals. But here tonight, he is popping off. And we'll see if he can take the series 3-0. That'd be a big win here for Prato. Let's go. Let's see if he can do it. Let's see if he can pull it off. As we're getting into game number 3. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of Sylphid, we have the now StarCraft 2. Okay. He has switched to SC2 instead of the StarCraft 2 Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1 down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is a 3-point. And spawning in the top side of Sylphid, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Starcom. It is Prato. Bearing in mind that last game, 3Point did choose to play Brood War Zerg. This time he's choosing to play SE2 Zerg instead. That does mean that mech is now an option for Bratok. We'll see if he goes into mech. We'll see if he goes into an early stim timing. We'll see what build he does embrace. Meanwhile, welcome to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. We have the first Overlord checking bottom right, and we have the second Overlord checking top side. So again, we are looking for our opponents. We're searching for the Terran. Moving out, our searching. Behind this, CC first. As you've seen so far in this series or in this broadcast, Bratok is very fond of going CC first on these larger maps. So CC first into his racks. We might be seeing the factory in the main. So far, never mind, we don't have a gas. Okay, this looks like 3x stim. Looks like 3x stim. Now, when it comes to this build here, this was plaguing the meta and plaguing every single matchup for a couple of months, actually. I want to say like 2 months, maybe? Like 2 months. It was addressed throughout those 2 months with multiple patches, but despite all the nerfs, it was still insanely strong. Now, what we're getting at here, 3x stim. Now, the difference between 3x stim in Brood War and in StarCraft 2 is that you can hit with Mass Marine, with stim, and with medics faster, much faster than anything you can do in StarCraft 2. The reason for this is because in StarCraft 1, you don't need a starport to get medics up and running, right? Medics, they're a rack space unit. All you need is the Academy. The Academy does give you access to firebats and to medics to support your army to allow you to have extra stims. This build in StarCraft 2 hits without a starport, hits without medevacs, which means that every stim hurts because you have limited stims available. Here in StarCraft 1, you can stim to your heart's content because medics are a bigger factor here, because medics come online sooner. Now, the way this got nerfed is stim takes longer. Now stim takes longer to research, so it was increased when it comes to this build time. On top of that, medics now have increased priority. In the past, medics, they have much lower priority, so when you move in, you would focus the Marines, and medics, they would survive and they would just stand there and they can just chill, they can just heal. On top of that, I believe medics, I want to say their HP was reduced, so medics are also more vulnerable than they used to be. So medics are more vulnerable, stim takes longer, and of course medics have higher priority, at least than what they used to be. But this still hits like a truck. Like it still hits pretty hard. As we do have a 3-point working towards Ling Bane. Now, to defend against this, there are 2 different ways. You can either go for a Roche defense or for a Baneling defense. I would say the Baneling defense is a little bit more difficult, so we'll see if he can pull this off. Likewise, the Firebats are also going to be a factor. Let's go! The Firebats soon to arrive. Firebat, of course, does excel against Ling Bane. I would say it's more vulnerable than a Hellbat. Of course, Hellbats are a little bit more robust. Firebats are a little bit more vulnerable. But they're available, and here we go. Here comes the timing. Stim is on the way. We have our Bio Army. We are moving out. And we just see 3-point, he's aware. He's getting ready. Like 3-point, he cuts workers early. He joins up only to 35. Again, because this build is so common, like 3-point, he's very well rehearsed. Very well rehearsed here in the defense. He's massing up Zerglings, building up Banelings. Queens are coming forward as well. 3-point is ready. He's ready for this. And we can see that Bratok's transitioning. He's already transitioning out. He knows that he should not end the game with this. Banelings are whirling in. He has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Here comes the surround. Ooh, catching at the Firebat. Firebat does go down. The Marines as well. Nice kiting there. Nice target firing. But is cleaned up. Yeah, it is going to be cleaned up. He's going to be shut down. Again, 3-point, he cut workers early. And as I mentioned, he is very well rehearsed when it comes to defending against this build, just because of how popular this build was. So he shuts it down, and the game will continue. Behind this, already working on the factory, working on extra Raxes, working towards 238 shells. The stim sound effects. I miss it so much. Let's go. As from here, we're getting into a longer game. It's going to be fast lair. Okay, so lair first here out of our Zerg player into delayed Evo chambers. With this, we can go into Baneling speed, and we can go into Ling Bane Muta even, or just Ling Bane Hydra. Both are available. Both are viable. If I ever tune into these Evo tournaments and Blacklock isn't playing in it, I will die of a heart attack. But he's playing a lot in these Evo tournaments. Blacklock. I mean, a lot of these guys, right? Blacklock, Chrome, 3-point. I'm surprised not to see Kiwian, right? Like, Kiwian, he wasn't here. Kiwian, he's also usually a regular. Bjorn as well. Alright, Bjorn, he couldn't play in this because of the global qualifier, true. Bjorn, he was playing in day 1 of the EWC global qualifiers. So that's why he's not here. Remember, this was clashing with the global qualifier tournament. So Bjorn, he couldn't play in both. Meanwhile, do you see Blacklock starts stepping in once he gets around? Oh my god, he does get around and does push too far into creep. And he gets shut down. And with that 3-point, he is here to make a series out of this. He's down at 2-0, but nah, he's here to fight back. Once again, these stim timings have just been a little bit lackluster here for Blacklock. The first one had the most potential, but since then has been shut down. And he's stuck on 2 bases. We should have a third. There should be a third CC on the way, but alas, there is no third base. He's stuck on 2 bases, building up towards bio tank. And 3-point, he's all over this. He's all over this, droning, saturating, taking up into Hive, getting into 1-1 upgrades. Now, do you see what I see? I see no Hydrogen. I see no Spire. This looks like Lingbane into Ultra. Oh, never mind. I was going to say Lingbane into Ultra. We now have the Spire. Spire is on the way, so we have access here to Mutas, to Corruptors. 3-point taking up. But I thought he's pretty all in. At this one, he's pretty all in. It's all or nothing. Does set up. Now, he does have a comparable army size, but 3-point is just massing up as many Zerglings as possible. Is building up. Takes down the creep. Morling Bane is amassing. Yeah, with that, he's going to collapse in. Yeah, tanks are exposed. There's just not enough fire. Tanks will be going down, and Banelings just force back the army. They turn back the Marines. Taking down almost every single tank. Not every tank. Every tank is going to go down. Oh my god. There is a second army. Okay. Blacklock still pushing. He's still moving forward. Medics did survive. Survive, still moving forward. Tanks are sieging. Yo, 3-point is in a bit of trouble here. He needs a little bit more time for the Banelings. Tanks getting in position. Banelings being forced back. It's all or nothing for Blacklock. Once he gets surrounded, the tanks do full. It just doesn't have enough. Doesn't have enough here. I say that, still rallying forward. But rallies into his death. Lings, they surround, they clean up. Now with that, GG gets called. There's nothing left at 3-point. He does fight back. He does put a point on the board. We have a series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We do have a series. We do have a back and forth. 3-point does take a game. And again, 3-point, as I mentioned, is very well rehearsed here when it comes to that 3x defense. He was so set up for it. It did almost nothing. He shut it down. Did shut it down. GG, well played. With that, we are getting into game number 4. We have a series. We're going to be loading into Maganatha. Oh boy. And again, every series in the semis did go all the way to the ace match. Do we get that again? Do we go all the way to game 5? Personally, give us more games back. Go the distance. Let's go. As we are getting into game number... Oh. As we're getting into our next game, getting into game number 4 here in spawning in the left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg from South Korea representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran player. We have the SC2 Terran representing Team Starcom. It is Blacklock. So Blacklock, he has chosen to switch into StarCraft 2, not into Brood War. And are we opening up 2x Reaper? Ooh. No. CC first. Okay, I mean, he likes it. He's quite fond of it, so we did bring it up earlier. But yes, CC first here out of Bratok, going for a very greedy opener, very greedy build. And thankfully, hatch first. Hatch first out of 3 points. So standard opener out of 3 point, greedy opener out of Bratok, and he should get away with it. He should get away. From here, he can turn this into another 3-wax. He's been very fond of 3-waxes, actually. Very fond of it. So he could go into a 3-wax. Could go into a 2-1-1. We'll keep an eye on Bratok. We're expecting extra waxes. Yeah, there it is. So we have 2 waxes. We're expecting a 3rd wax into a 4th, into a 5th. We've seen this. I want to say this is the 3rd time we're seeing it here in this series. I'll say the 3rd time. A reminder that we're going to look at Zerglings. We already did. They do have 6 limbs. Sorry, 6 limbs. They do have it. Their forward legs or their forward arms are really short, but they're there. They are there. As there's that 3rd wax. 3rd wax is on the way. We can see a standard opener out of 3 points. Yo, getting to the Terran theme. I'm telling you, these maps are biased. Like the OST. Whenever it's crucial, Terran theme hits. Aye. But hold on, we'll see if we can get a better angle here. There, you can see. They do have an extra pair of they're very thin, but they have 4 legs. Or like they have an extra pair. You can see it. They're very thin, but they're there. They're less prominent than the back legs, but there are forward legs. From here, though, we're going to be getting into our own setup here. From 3 racks to 5 racks. So again, it's going to be a 2 base 5 racks all in here from Bratok, working towards that sim timing, and we'll see if we can get those lurkers up in time. We saw on was it Sylphid? It was on Vermeer. We saw on Vermeer that the lurker timing was very clutch for 3 point, and again, that game could have gone either way. Like 3 point was ahead. Remember, 3 point he was ahead. He was in a better position, but then 3 point he did leave the lurkers idle. He left them exposed. They were unburrowed. He lost everything. But here, double Evo chamber. He's not rushing into a lair. Okay. Interesting. I don't know how well this will work. Basically, instead of the lair, he's going into double Evo chamber, double upgrades for 1-1 for mass Zergling. Mass Zergling against a bio army. We'll see how this turns out. I feel like typically your Zergling army in Brutal versus SC2 is more of a supportive army for your lurkers, because your lurkers are necessary for their splash damage, of course, because you have no banelings. Like, I feel like lurkers are critical parts of this kind of matchup in this dynamic. Without lurkers, we'll see if 3 point can hold. As we're waiting for +1 melee, waiting for the gas. Gases are being taken. There we go. Melee's on the way. So again, just a big prioritization on these melee upgrades on 1-1. Bold move. 3 point. Bold move. We'll see if it pays off. We'll see if it pays off. As that's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of men with gun. Let me tell you. They don't play. Now, with I was gonna say with enough Zerglings, we throw down a wall of spine crawlers. We have 7 sunken colonies on the way. That's a lot of colonies. That's very necessary to defend. Oh, he stims in. He stims in. Takes down the first. Zerglings that cannot engage. Remember, these are 0-0 Zerglings, and is it just over here and now? Yeah, takes down the final colony. And from here, he cannot push into the natural, but he doesn't need to. Yeah, he's just going for the base instead. Going for the hatcheries. That's a lot of Zerglings. A lot of Zerglings have amassed. He does engage. There's the last stim. And the Zerglings, they will barely defend. It's close. It's so close here. So very close. And Zerglings, they will barely clean this up. Just barely. It was a very tense fight. He saves the base. And he saves the mineral line. Whew. Oh my god. What were the trades? 45 Zerglings. And of course, 3 spine crawlers. But he does hold, does defend, and he saves the expansion. Suddenly, 3-point, he's in this game. He's in this game. We do have the lair on the way. Hydrogen, he's working towards lurker tech. He's getting there. Whew, oh my god. And I'll be honest, if Bratok was rallying, because remember, all this army was stuck at home. Because he was terrified of a counterattack. That's what he was getting ready for. He was getting ready for a counterattack. If he was rallying across the map, he probably would have won the game. He probably would have killed the base, killed all the Zerglings, and wouldn't have killed the drones, but would have at least cleaned this up, like the macro hatchery and the third base as well. But Bratok, he wasn't rallying. He was staying at home. He was being reasonable. He was being sensible. But does that cost him the game? Now he's moving out. That's a lot of Zerglings. Yeah, it doesn't have enough medevacs. Yeah, he's going to be surrounded. He's going to be shut down. Brutal loss here for Bratok. At the same time, dropping into the main. 3-point is all over this, and 3-point, he's overwhelming. Yeah, Bratok is falling behind. Remember, this was an all-in. This wasn't all-in. This is not meant to get into a longer game. He has no third CC. The longer this goes on, the better it is for 3-point. Fourth base is denied. Why the random third base for the Zerg? Oh, if you haven't been watching the event, this is StarCraft Evolution. You need the macro hatchery. You need the macro hatcheries. There are no queens or no injects. So for Brutal Zerg to keep up supply-wise and production-wise, just in general, they need macro hatcheries. Just for the larva. So they're very necessary. Very necessary. Otherwise, you have no production. Yeah. All good. All good. As things, they will surround, they will clean this up, and again, like 3-point is just overwhelming, just totally out of control. Drop does get into the main though, not bad. Takes down 7 drones, 7 workers go down. Does get 7 workers, takes down some of the lava as well, not bad. And this is good damage if only there was a third. Like that's a problem here. Like this entire time, 2 base all in. I mean, Bratok, he's on a timer. He's on a timer. He's gotta go. He's gotta send it. Scourge are on the way to shut down the medevac. And Scourge, they will shut this down. Catching out the drop. Bratok moving in. And again, Bratok, he was so close to winning the game earlier. So close. He was all in, but he wasn't playing like he was all in. Nice tank shot too. Yeah, brutal tank volleys. Scourge shut down the medevacs. Lurker Zuporo. Still quite close. Lurker does go down. Bratok is pushing through. He's breaking through. He is a little bit overstimmed. And there's 1 medevac left. I kind of rotate into the natural. He has to head towards the third. The Lurkers are getting ready. Yeah, Lurkers are morphing in. They're coming from behind. 1 Lurker does burrow. It should be targeted. It's not enough. There's not enough fire, not enough Marines. Takes down 1 Lurker. But 3-point is holding. And again, he saves his expansion, saves his third base, still maintains his economy. Doesn't have a 4th yet, but is working on it. Is working on it. Other company. Oh, thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Gracias. And from here, we're just taking out. We have the Queen's Nest on the way. This does give access to Hive Tech. Or to Queens. True. We haven't seen Queens yet in today's broadcast, but we could get there if the game goes on any longer. Bratok, now he finally expands. A very late third, but it's on the way. It's on location. Now, if Bratok can somehow get this third base up and running, then sure, he can maintain himself. He can get back into this game. Links are denied. Likewise, nice target firing. If you notice, Barato, he did focus on the Scourge to save his metamax. More Scourge on the way. And the Hive is in production. Now, once we get into Hive Tech, we can go into Defilers. We can go into the Defiler Mound, into Defiler Tech, which would make the most sense here. For Dark Swarm. For Dark Swarm and for Plague. Could get there. I haven't seen Plague in quite some time in StarCraft Evolution. It's been a while. Again, Barato still trying to maintain himself. Dropping into the main. Does head for the middle line and we'll get some drone kills. Not bad. Let's say some drones. 6, 7 drones going down. And that StarCraft getting it to 10 workers. Nicely done. Liberator doesn't survive as well. Catching out more workers. Barato pulling 3-point apart here. 3-point out of position. Takes down the expansion. Oh, that's a lot of lurkers. That's a lot of Zerglings. Yeah, comes in with a close around. It cleans up the entire army. Ay. This is not worth it here for Barato. He plummets in supply. I wanted to see the Defilers. No. Barato. He'll lose everything. Does kill 17 drones, but alas, 3-point. He has done it. He has overwhelmed. Takes over the main army, heads towards the natural. And there's no saving the third. There's no saving this. Cleans up all the SEVs. And again, Barato, he's been 2-base all in this entire game, and it can only take you so far. Only so far. Oh. Cashing out more lurkers. Coming from behind. The Scourge have arrived. Oof. Catching out the Liberator. Nice target find once again on the Scourge. Does save his second lib. Does save it. Defiler Mound on the way. Oh, we're almost there. We're almost at Defilers. We're getting there. And because Barato, his economy has been stifled so much, there's no Ghost, right? There's no Ghost, there's no EMPs, there's no Snipes, there's no answer to Spellcasters, whether it would have been Defilers or Queens. Like, Barato, he just not set up for it. Let's catch a couple of lurkers. Brutal trade. Lings out, they catch a free tank. They catch a tank, they slip in towards the main. Oh god. This is getting out of hand. 15 SCV kills, 16, 17 SCVs. Not like this. I mean, Barato, he didn't really have many SCVs to begin with. Not even less so. As the army's cleaned up, and here we go, Defilers are on the way. Now, the way Defilers work here, I guess they're kind of like the Infestor, kind of. Their spells are a lot more impactful, though. We do have a Dark Swarm, which does protect your army. It's always, I guess it's kind of like the Broodwar equivalent of Microbial Shroud, except just better in every way. Oh, God. As it does keep your army safe from range attacks, not just from air-based damage, but just range attacks in general. So it's a great way to support your Zerglings and to get on top of siege lines. Likewise at Plago as well, which is just an AoE splash damage, AoE damage spell, I should say. Damaging spell. But they're still gathering energy. But moving in. 3-point is almost maxed out. Yeah, Consume is done. Consume is done. Lings just move out for a counterattack. There's nothing to defend. No planetary, no nothing. Yeah, GG. Oh no! GG. GG gets cold. We don't get to see the spells. Feels bad, man. I mean, we saw the Defiler at least. We got to see them. They're beautiful, but didn't quite come into play. GG. We are going to the ace match. Whew. Let's go. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match here. We're going all the way to game 5, and we'll see how this story ends. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see the defilers come into play, but regardless, GG. Again, winding it back, Brathok, he almost killed 3-point then and there. Winding it back, if you remember, he went for a 2-base all-in, went for a 5 racks 2-base all-in with a very strong stim timing, and he traded very well for himself. He pushed into the 3rd base, he shut down the sunken colonies, he traded well against the Zerglings, and he was getting on top of the base as well, but he barely didn't have enough. And we were pointing out at the time, even though he was all in, he was not rallying. He was keeping all of his reinforcements and banking them up back at home. It looked like he was getting ready for a counterattack, for a Zergling counterattack, which never came, so he barely didn't have enough to break through. If he was just rallying, he probably would have broken the 3rd base and maybe not have killed his opponent, but had just a better setup there to have more of a back and forth. After he failed to break the 3rd, he just fell behind. He just fell behind then and there. There were a couple of good moments here where he was able to get into mineral lines and get some damage done, but alas, GG. GG well played. He was overwhelmed, and with that, we're going all the way to the ace match. We're going into game number 5. Let's go. Going into game 5, we're going to be loading into Purity and Industry. Let's go. Plagues an AoE dot that reduces any HP units down to 1. Yes, yes. Does reduce down to 1. They don't kill units, but they do reduce them, and they do allow the rest of your army to clean them up. Unfortunately, you didn't get to quite experience it in that game. Maybe in this one, maybe. As we're getting into the ace match and spawning in the top side of Purity and Industry, we have the red Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. It is a 3-point. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the SC2 Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Starcom. It is Brathok. Let's go. Oh my god. Again, it's been an intense back and forth here, and Brathok, whenever he plays SC2, we've seen him go for these non-stop 3-rack stim timings. This time, racks expand. This time, he does not go for the faster CC. And welcome, one and all, to Purity and Industry. This is, again, it's kind of weird. In my mind, it's still a new map. It's a modern map. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. It's one of the more modern maps in the map pool in a way. This was in the map rotation back in 2021, so a couple of years ago. Back in 2021, this was an SC2 ladder map. It has been ported to StarCraft Evolution, has been updated. What are some of the features? We have an island. There's an island here in the corner of the map. We have slow zones, though, just covering the center. Now, previously, there used to be slow zones also here as well, covering the attack path or the path into the island. But for StarCraft Evolution, they've removed them. They removed these slow zones, so now the way to the island is a little bit more accessible if you did want to head in that direction. And also to skirt around the edge of the map as well. Likewise, some other changes here. We do have a Zelnaga in the center. I believe there used to be rocks. Here. There used to be like just some slightly different terrain compared to what there used to be. I think there used to be like an extra expansion that was removed or moved around. So again, this map has been adjusted for StarCraft Evolution. Just a couple of changes here and there compared to what it was with the ladder edition. So I believe they removed rocks. I believe they removed a base. Now we're settling in. So far, standard opener here out of 3-point. Does go for his macro hatchery, does move towards the link speed, and he does for the most part pull out of gas. Pulls out of gas. Going for a faster expansion. Back at home, it is going to be a rack expand into factory. He's not going for the 3 racks, okay. He's not going for the sim timing. I want to say for the first time this series, going for a more standard opener instead. Reaper does pull away. Likewise, I was curious what it's going to be. A 1-1-1 setup here. Interesting. Okay, so a very aggressive build here from Brathok. A standard opener would be a 3rd CC before starport. Here it is a starport before expansion. With this, we can actually head into BCs. We could throw down a fusion core once the starport finishes, so we'll keep an eye on Brathok. Otherwise, this can lead into something like a Hellbat push. We could see an armory with reactor marine. Tech lab is now done on the racks. Do we go for the add-on swap into Banshee or not? Overlord Scout is pushing forward. And so far, there is no swap. We're revealing Stim. Is this a fake out? It has to be, right? So really fast Stim here out of Bratok. The Overlord will eventually go down. Behind this, do see a 3-point heading into Hydra production. Hydras are on the way. Overlord does fall. He's going to commit. Okay, never mind. Does commit into Stim. So this is a really weird build, is what I will say. It feels like this should be hitting with an armory. Basically, really fast Stim here out of our Terran player, throwing down 2 more Raxes. Does go for the add-on swap. He does stop at 5 Hellions, only 5. But this is very committed on 2 bases. Again, there's no third in sight. So an interesting setup, is what I will say. Hellions are moving out. 3-point back at home, just securing himself. Has been droning this entire time. Happily droning, happily mining. Safety sunken colony here at the ramp, and another colony here at the third. As we mentioned before, a reason why colonies are a lot more common and they're a lot more necessary here for Zerg players is because there's no queens. Like, there's no defensive queens, so you do need that side defense. You know, Hellies, they bust in. 4 drones going down. But they're going to be cornered. They're going to be shut down. Lings, they come in for the surround. And they lock down the Hellions. Hellions are cleaned up. Despite that, 6 drone kills for 5 Hellions. I mean, it's an okay trade. It's not ideal. Essentially a 1-to-1 trade here for the Terran. And still no expansion. Still no third. So he's going to a 5-rack setup. 5-1-1 on 2 bases. This is basically a 2-base all-in here from Bratok. It's very committed. And it's going to be a bio move out with tank support. There are going to be tanks. So building up his tank count. Stim is done. Getting to combat shields. Getting to +1. I think what was peculiar to me about this build is that he prioritized Stim. Like, there was no Stim timing. Stim is done, but we're not really using it right now. Whereas we otherwise could have afforded maybe like faster tank production, or gone into extra Raxes earlier as well, into like a 2-1-1 instead. True. That's what I was expecting. So from here, Bratok, he's stuck at home. Lurker Tech is on the way. 3-point is getting up to full 3-base saturation. You can start working on a 4th base. Oh, actually going for the Spire. Of course, right. Going for the Spire. Remember, the Spire is not for mutas. The Spire is for Scourge. Like, your typical army composition is what we saw last game. Going Ling, Hydra, Lurker, Scourge. To deny drop play. And then into Spellcasters as the game progresses. Meanwhile, here comes the all-in. Here comes Bratok again. No third, no expansion. No other economy behind this. It's all or nothing for Bratok. He's moving in. He has 28 Marines. He's got 4 tanks. 3 of them with the main army. Colonies are on the way. Lurkers are not ready, by the way. Lurkers are not ready. Do see 3-point coming in from behind. Trying to catch reinforcements. Colonies are going down. Lurkers, we have 8 Lurkers morphing in. He needs more time. He needs a little bit more time here. This time, Bratok, his reinforcements staying back at home. It pays off. He defends. He defends back at home. Takes down one of the expansions. Macro Hatchery goes down. But the Lurkers are ready. He collapses in. And he doesn't quite save the Marines. It does move forward. Lurkers 8 bar. Takes out all the Marines. Likewise, dropping to the main. Also going to be cleaned up. And 3-body holds. He holds. He shuts us down. Tanks, they also get cleaned up as well. And with that, Bratok, he doesn't really have much left over. He got a macro hatchery, true. Didn't get much else. Scourger on the way. Scourger in production. We collapse on top of the final tanks. Tank goes down. Scourge coming in, catching out the Metamax. Enemies no escape. There's no escaping this. Lurkers to do burrow. We get a final drop here towards the left-hand side, but Bratok, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. 3-point is lacking a fourth. True. It's lacking a fourth base. But remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for 3-point, because there was never an expansion, right? It was just 2 base all in here from Bratok. There is no third base. There is no expansion. There's no macroing out of this. We have our Queen's Nest. That does give access to Hive. Now, Bratok actually does have a terrifying army, is what I will say. He's been losing his forces, don't get me wrong. But the supply is still quite high. A lot of it is back at home. Oh, does him in. Yeah, Sims in, takes down the Zerglings. Lurkers to do bar in time. More leads coming from behind. Still a rough fight here. Takes down the main army. Jump into the main. Oh my god. Gets shut down by the spores. Jesus. But again, the armor supply is still in favor of Bratok. And now he throws down a third CC. Okay, now he expands. Can he still make this work? Let's see what he's pushing. Like, Hive is already... Like, the tech here is incredibly in favor here of 3-point. Hive is on the way. Like, Bratok has to be more active here. I mean, he's stuck at home. But he needs to move out. 3-point, he retreats. Just now getting his base. Has yet to saturate. There we go, building on more Lunkers. The Lunkers are coming. And we're switching into, Jesus, 3 more factories. Scan into the main, reveals the Hive. Bratok, he knows that he has to be active. He can't just leave the Zerg player alone. But the Zerg count is still quite low. Like, that's the one thing keeping Bratok in this is, even though there's a 4th base, it's not saturated. It's not saturated. Not yet. So, but I thought you're still in this. At least for now. Oh, God. It's way too soon when it comes to this drop here. Scourge, they shut this down. Oh, God. Cleans up the drops. Now, the other big concern here is the quality of the army, right? One supply is not quite like the other. Now that the Hive is done, Defilers. We didn't really get to see them come into action last game, but they're going to be on the way. As we mentioned last game as well, there are no ghosts, right? There are no ghosts, there's no EMPs, there's no snipes, just because the economy just isn't quite there for Bratok, or it hasn't been. So tech-wise, he's one step behind. So it is still a rough road to recovery here for Bratok. He is turtling up here back at home. But this space is still accessible there. I mean, there's 2 massive entrances. Oh. As Bratok is trying to keep himself up. Trying to keep himself going. Meanwhile, there it is. 17 drones on the way. This is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for the big worker explosion. And there we go. We're joining up to 80 plus workers here for 3-point. And now he has an economy, and soon he will max out. Like, the supply disparity, the supplies have been quite close between the 2 players. But again, the soup does lie. It has been deceiving. The tech has been in favor of 3-point. Now he has the economy. Now he has map control. And now he can skyrocket ahead. Up to 92 drones. Crazy, man. Yo, he's going for the island. Let's go. He's going for the island base. Send it, papi. Send it. We'll get there through the slow zones, but we'll get there. Base is being taken. And again, now you can see 3-point about to max. Like, he's about to hit 200 supply. And again, the supplies were so close earlier just because of the low drone count, but now that he's found room to drone, now he can excel. Blacklock moving out. He's crazy, by the way. I'd like, at this point, I feel like it's too late to move out like this. We have a Dune drop into the main. Oh my god. Yeah, massive Dune drop into the main base. Does unload, does hit the mineral line. Blacklock, do we go back home? The whole position micro, the lunkers. Oh my god, they're on whole position. Brutal shots going up on the bio. Oh my god. They get softened up. Links in the main. The main army is amassing here. It does consume. Getting ready for the Dark Swarms. For the Plague or for the everything. Let's go. Let's go. He loads up. Does load up. Dives on the army. Oh my god, massive tank shots. Where's the Dark Swarm? There we go. I was like, where's the Dark Swarm, Fatty? What's going on? Dark Swarms are a little bit late, but they will clean up. They will clean everything up here. Shuts down the main army. And with that, 3-point, he will take it. He will take it. It was a very intense back and forth here. And again, I do think that Blacklock, he was so close to winning the game on Maganatha, right? Maganatha could have gone Blacklock's way. He was so close. The 3-point was so greedy on Maganatha as well, but barely didn't have enough. Barely wasn't able to break through. Defiler's going to be forced back. No Dark Swarm. So a bit of a messier fight here, but it's still going to go his way. Yeah, 3-point takes down the main army. GG gets called, and 3-point, he will claim the series 3-2, becoming this week's StarCraft Evolution League champion. GG. Whew. Hi. GG, well played. Blacklock had a 2-0 lead in the series, and again, I'm still thinking about Maganatha. Like Maganatha still could have gone Blacklock's way as well. He was so close to breaking 3-point on Maganatha, but alas, 3-point, he recovered. He was able to, just persevere, and with that, GG, well played. Does overwhelm. Again, Blacklock, he was so aggressive this series. I don't think he ever, specifically in this series, he did go for a third base previously, but did he ever like willingly go for an economic opener? I don't think he did. Like it was a lot of two-base play, a lot of two-base all-ins out of Blacklock. And I mean, hey, he was excelling with it, don't get me wrong. Was able to excel, but in the end, GG, well played in the end. We did see that 3-point, he was able to be a little bit more defensive, able to shut him down, able to shut down the all-ins, able to survive, and overwhelm. Congratulations to 3-point. But a shout out to Blacklock, because I could be mistaken, but I think this is the furthest that Blacklock has ever gone in StarCraft Evolution League. Again, for those that are unaware, 3-point, he is a regular, and 3-point, he's a multi-time champion. Like, he's won plenty of these weeklies and plenty of these tournaments. I'm just gonna double check here, because I think maybe Blacklock has made it to the finals once before. Maybe, we'll see. Let's have a look here. I see Kiwi, and I see, no, yeah, it's his first time. There you go. I was suspecting that to be the case, but yes, this is actually the first time that Blacklock has made it to the final, so he's never made it this far before. So really impressive stuff here. Again, he has been devoting a lot of time to StarCraft Evolution. He's been improving, he's been playing, he's been getting better and better, and this is the farthest that he's ever gone. And even then, the first time he's made it to the finals, and he also makes it to the ace match as well. So impressive performance there by Blacklock. GG, well played. Barely doesn't make it, barely doesn't claim the win, but still the best he's ever done before. Congratulations. I look forward to seeing how much Blacklock improves for the next tournaments in time for the next event. GG, well played. As we can just catch up on the bracket itself. On the bracket. Ooh. Yes, we are catching up. And with that, you can see here, again, a lot of ace matches. 3-point, he may have been this week's champion, but he worked hard for it. He went to the ace match against Geralt, went to the ace match against Wayne, and went to the ace match against Blacklock as well. So not an easy performance there from 3-point. Does eventually make it through, does barely come out as the winner here. But of course, another big thing to point out here, another big event that occurred during this tournament is Taeja, right? Taeja, he marked his return. This was his first time competing in StarCraft Evolution League in a tournament in 5 years. And he didn't look bad. He did not look bad at all against Prome. Prome, of course, he is a little bit more well-versed. He is very much more well-versed and more of a favorite. Prome, he's a multi-time Code A champion, so Prome came in as a favorite player. We didn't really know what to expect out of Taeja, but Taeja did look impressive. He did look impressive in that series. Still went down, but an impressive performance nonetheless. And to make it to the quarterfinals in SCL is not easy here. So I look forward to seeing more of Taeja. I think what's important from that series is that Taeja, he did look like he knew what he was doing. He did look actually quite well versed in StarCraft Evolution, so I look forward to seeing more, because I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will see more of Taeja. Yeah. Catching up in the chat. It does it without the main army. Afraid of a counter. Yeah, it's a hard call to make. I think keeping his army, keeping his reinforcements at home, here in that final game made more. I mean, it made more sense just because it actually paid off, right? He was able to catch a counterattack. But in previous games, we saw that like there were no counterattacks where he would have benefited a little bit more for just committing and doubling down, just because he's so all in with his play. But regardless, GG. Regardless, GG. Well played. Went to the ace match. Let's go. Just catching up. Rabbit cam when? The rabbits are still around, but they're still around. I said this before. I'll say it again. For those that are curious, random rabbits showed up like over the weekend. They showed up in our front yard, and they've been chilling there for the past couple of days. And if they're there by the end of the week, I'll get them like a little house, because it's quite cold here in Australia. It's for those that are curious, it's winter in Australia. It's very cold at nights, and if they're gonna stick around, then we want to make sure that they're warm at night. So yeah, we'll see. we'll see what happens. No, suddenly adopting pets. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. And with that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the evening. Again, it was a pretty intense broadcast, intense tournament. And we're not done, because we're going to be back in 8 hours. We're going to be back in 8 hours time. Sorry, 9 hours time with some more StarCraft. Bam! As we have our weekly schedule ready for you. Here we go. We just wrapped up with our Thursday broadcast. We just wrapped up with our StarCraft Evolution cast here Thursday evening. Tomorrow in 9 hours, we're going to be live with the Pegasus Cup. Pegasus Cup, that's going to be at 9 a.m. KST. That's going to be at 10 a.m. EST. That's going to be in a couple of hours, in 9 hours. Meanwhile, we have DreamHack Dallas replay cast. So those are curious, we were, of course, one of the B streams, one of the side streams, or I think the B stream for DreamHack Dallas. That was last month. And we did cast a lot of StarCraft, of course, but we couldn't cast everything. During the open stage, there were matches that were never casted, whether it was from us or from the mainstream. They were never casted. They were kind of, they're left out in the void. But we do have access to replays, and we are going to be doing a catch-up stream casting those matches that never got broadcasted. So bam, we do have a replay cast here on Thursday and Friday, catching up on those DreamHack Dallas matches that never got casted. Likewise, we have the Pongcast on Thursday. That is our weekly talk show. For those that are curious, we do have a weekly talk show where we go over all the news of the week in StarCraft. So there's a lot to go over, especially in regards to the global qualifiers and the upcoming Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup is this weekend. If you didn't know, they've been doing an awful job at promoting it. But yes, Home Story Cup is over this weekend. And once again, we will most likely be the B stream. We have been the B stream for Home Story Cup for the past like 4 editions, I want to say, like for the past 4 editions. So most likely going to be there as well again. I'm not confirming it just because they haven't gotten back to us yet. But again, we've been the B stream for the past couple of editions, so most likely going to happen again. So that's Home Story Cup of the weekend, and we have Sparkling Tunic Cup as well on Sunday. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft, plenty of casting. As always here on the CranKy Ducklings, again, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there in SE2, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. A little bit. But with that, GG, well played. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the casting, and if you see something that you like here, but if you can't watch it live, then check us out over on YouTube. ! Socials in the chat. We do upload to YouTube on a daily basis, and we also stream on YouTube as well. So if you see something, if you're like, oh, I want to watch some DreamHack Dallas replays, but I'm in Europe, and that's a really bad slot for Europe, or if you want to watch the podcast and you're in the Americas, and that's a bad time for the Americas, if you can't watch it live, then bam, you can watch the VODs over on YouTube. So we got you covered there. Likewise, you can support us on Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. You can see our Patreon, our goal currently under the schedule. We do earn 443 USD a month, and 100% of that money goes towards our tournaments. It goes towards Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is a weekly open tournament, and all that money goes towards the players. And our next goal is at 500 USD to boost the prize pool even further. The next goal after that is then to start paying admins and start paying casters. That's going to be a future goal. That's going to be a future goal. For now, it's all for the players, all for the prize money, all for the scene. So if you want to support the StarCraft scene, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys next time on the CranKy Ducklings. Whether it's in 9 hours or whether it's on Thursday, whether it's for the DreamHack Dallas replays or the Podcast or Home Story Cup or Tuna Cup, we'll see you then. We'll see you then. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Just catching up. You know more about the players, only 4 listed so far. I believe the streamer zone they announced players that are going, right? I think it's am I crazy? I think Jimmy alongside Geralt and a couple of their other players. I think those are the only ones confirmed at the moment for Home Story Cup. I think Streamer Zone announced it. Outside of that, I don't think we have any other confirmed players. Yeah, so far, outside of that, I don't think anyone knows yet. You can make a safe assumption like Gabe is going to be there, Lambo is going to be there, Jimmy is going to be there. Like a lot of the German players, I think you can expect them to travel. Showtime, true. Showtime as well. Probably because of EWC. I don't think so. Like EWC is what, 3 weeks after Home Story Cup? Am I crazy? Let's see, Home Story Cup. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 weeks later. It's 4 weeks after. So I don't think EWC is going to impact Home Story Cup too much. I would imagine. Oh, actually, I say that if I remember correctly, Clem, he wasn't sure if he was going to go to Home Story Cup because Clem wanted to go to Korea. For those who don't know, last year before Esports World Cup, I want to say like a month, if not 6 weeks before EWC, Clem went to Korea to practice into boot camp. And he did say that he wanted to do that again. So I know that might be an issue. Like he wants to go to Korea to get ready for EWC, but Home Story Cup might interfere with that because of going to Home Story Cup and not being able to travel. So that might be an issue there. So I do know that at least there are some players that do want to travel to Korea to boot camp pre-EWC. So we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Clem and Rainer going. Yeah, I know that Rainer, he also wants to go to Korea. Yeah, before EWC. So that might be an issue for that. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And with that, we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you tomorrow, or I mean, I hope you have a great rest of your week. Hope you have a great day, great rest of your week. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao, hasta luego. See you next time.